Test, test, test.
Check one.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 25th, 2023 joint meeting of the City Council and the Planning Commission. At this time, could we get a roll call for City Council?
Councilmember Mendoza? Here. Vice Mayor Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Oerlemans?
Here.
Councilmember Pearson?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. Now, at this time, could we get a roll call for Planning Commission?
Commissioner Sparling?
Here.
Commissioner Fuller?
Here.
Commissioner Brand?
Here.
Chair Roberts?
Here.
And let the record reflect that Commissioner Ziegler is absent.
Okay, we do have a quorum for both bodies. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So at this time, we will begin the joint workshop of the Planning Commission and City Council to receive an overview of the plan check process. And Alexis, I will turn it to you.
Good evening, City Council, members of the Planning Commission. Tonight is what we're calling Plan Check 101. This was a request from City Council several months ago to provide Council, Planning Commission, and the public additional information about the plan check aspect of our jobs, which is something that normally happens behind the scenes and is not necessarily part of the public review process that you all participate in. So tonight, Eric Noltenius, our planning manager, will be doing the bulk of the presentation. We also have Ken Murphy, our chief building official here, Alan Bacalar, our interim city engineer, Aaron Wanden, our parks maintenance manager, here to also participate and answer any questions you have about the plan check process. So with that, I will turn it over to Eric. Thank you.
Could you go to the presentation? I'm sorry, Margaret, could you go to the presentation, please? Thank you. Awesome, thank you. So good evening, Mayor Bryant, City Council members, Chairperson Roberts, and Planning Commissioners. Thanks for joining us at this special meeting tonight. I know it's taken a little bit while to get here, but we've been working pretty hard behind the scenes to put the presentation together. And while I'm going to be doing the bulk of the talking, I am going to enlist the help of Alan, Aaron, and Ken, because it has been a group effort to put this all together, and it's really not just about what I do or what planning does. It's really what the city does as a whole. So, and again, this kind of touches a little bit on what Alexis mentioned just a few minutes ago, but taking back to mid-November, the council voted unanimously to support Councilmember Mendoza's future agenda item request. And what that did was authorize staff to spend time and resources on this joint workshop with the Planning Commission in early 2023, so here we are at the end of April, to provide an overview of the plan check process, including the use of Amber Lane Apartments, which is now known as the Blossoms at Brentwood, as an example. So this workshop follows up on the council's request. I did want to make sure that everybody on the dais knows that staff is not asking for either direction or any action at this point. This is informational. But we certainly invite questions from the public and the council and the commission as we go. And to that end, while we do have a presentation to actually click through, if at any point you have some clarifying questions, please feel free to interrupt me, okay? That's a great point right now. Is there a way to get that on his screen?
There is. If they log into Zoom and use the meeting ID, and let me know if you need me to run over. The meeting ID should be on the front page of the red agenda as well.
Did that work for you, Commissioner Floor? Okay, you sure? Everybody else is okay? Okay. So just briefly, as far as the agenda for the presentation, we're going to talk a little bit about what a plan check is, who submits them, who reviews them, the different roles that staff plays in the process, some steps and timelines, what we look for when we review plans, why changes occur during the process, and then we'll get some examples at the end, and then we'll finish up with public comment and Q&A. So what is a plan check? So basically what it is, it's a very formal and detailed review by staff of plans that are submitted for a project that are based on the plans that are approved prior by either the Planning Commission or the City Council. They come in a lot of different forms. These are some of the basic examples listed on the screen here. They could be plans showing how a site is going to be graded, how it's going to be improved with public utilities, how it's going to be landscaped, how a property is going to be subdivided, the different lighting that's going to be on a site, and we'll get to this at the end with the example of Amberlane Apartments, the actual construction drawings, building construction plans, how a building's going to be put together. So who submits plans? They are submitted by a variety of certified professionals on behalf of either the applicant or developer. And again, these are just some of the primary examples that we see. They're submitted by landscape architects, engineers of various forms. They could be civil, structural, mechanical, electrical, etc. Land surveyors, and of course architects, the ones that design the buildings. So who reviews the plans? It's basically staff from the various departments. So I'm here tonight basically representing the planning division, which is in community development, the engineering division, which Alan is representing tonight. Development services is run by Tim Nielsen. He's not here tonight. But neighborhood services, they're the ones that actually do the inspections of the buildings, represented by Ken. And then Parks and Recreation, again, represented by Aaron. Oftentimes, and
Eric, can I interject one time?
Absolutely.
Commissioner Roberts asked a good question. She was wondering who the staff members were in staff. You kind of went through and introduced them. Could they maybe raise their hands so
sure.
some of the planning commissioners that have not met them can know who they are?
And I'm going to bring them up at some point during the process. But Aaron, if you can raise your hand, our park maintenance manager, Alan, our engineering manager, and then Ken Murphy, our chief building official. Great. Thank you, Darren. And then oftentimes, and Ken may get to this when he speaks for a couple minutes, but some of the larger construction projects for the building plans, we farm those out to consultants to do the more complex and detailed review to make sure we're compliant with codes. So in terms of the different roles that staff plays in the process, and this is where I'm going to bring the various staff up. Basically, what planning does is we oversee what we call the entitlement process. So you'll see us at either Planning Commission or City Council meetings presenting projects, right, with the actual plan sets that are being recommended for approval. Engineering, what they do is they oversee the subdivision map process and then the various public and private improvements. And that could be, roadways, traffic signals, grading of a site, utilities, et cetera. Parks and Recreation oversees the public recreational amenities and landscaping. So parks, medians, again, just examples. Development Services, they oversee the construction plan process. So they basically are involved in issuing the permits. And then Neighborhood Services oversees the actual building construction process and inspection process. So with that, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Alan Bacular, again, the engineering manager, just to talk a little bit about what he does with his group. And then we'll follow that with Aaron and then Ken, and then I'll come back up for a few more minutes. All right? Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and Planning Commission. Thank you, Eric, for providing a good overview and leading up to the engineering division's roles in reviewing various subdivision maps, plans, and improvement plans and grading. So in summary, the engineering division oversees the design and construction of civil improvements such as streets, sidewalks, all utilities, public, stormwater facilities, street lighting, perimeter walls, traffic signals, and finally, private on-site improvements as well, and utilities, with the exception of those that are covered under the building permit. As part of the process, I want to talk to you a little bit about what we look at, who we coordinate with. But the engineering division coordinates our plan check with other entities such as the building official, city planning, public works operations, parks and recreation staff, as well as outside agencies such as the fire district, Contra Costa Water District, ECCID, and PG&E, as well as needed, for examples. The other things we do as part of the engineering division is we focus on making sure the construction drawings are consistent and the designs are consistent with standards and requirements that we have to follow, both within the city and also at the state level. These include we have the City of Brentwood standard plans and specifications, the engineering procedures manual, and also the municipal code. Those two items have within them infrastructure design standards, grading standards, and also erosion control standards, among other things. The other thing we're checking against is clean water program requirements. You might have heard of bioretention basins, which you've seen with developments. So those are the things we're making sure that when they're designing, that they're built to certain design standards, including their landscaping that they have within it. The other thing I want to point out is part of the design process, we do review and take into consideration various studies and reports that are prepared by a lot of professionals that include geotechnical reports, hydraulic analyses, preliminary title reports, and topographic surveys. Let's see. Lastly, before I wrap up, I'd like to note that the preparation, review, and approval of construction drawings that we review in engineering are required to be prepared for and performed under the direction of a licensed engineer, also known as a professional engineer, as certified by the Board for Professional Engineers, Land Surveyors, and Geologists. With that, I'll turn it over to Aaron.
Thank you, Alan, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council, Chair Roberts, and Planning Commission. Nice to meet the Planning Commission tonight. I think this is the first time I've had to speak in front of the Planning Commission. So this, we're the fun piece of this plan check. This is good stuff. We look at when it comes to parks, it's the landscape, it's the parks, it's the trails, it's park amenities, it's the trail amenities. So depending on if the project is required to construct parks, that's where Parks starts looking at the plan sets. If the development's required to construct public landscaping, that's where Parks takes a look at those plan sets. The Parks team consists of, we have certified arborists, certified playground safety inspectors, licensed pest control applicators, and there's an old organization called Bay Friendly that has turned into Rescape over the last few years. That's a Bay Area entity that promotes environmentally sound landscaping. So we have certified Rescape personnel on our staff. So we typically will work through the engineering and community development departments when these plan sets come in. And I brought the plan set for the Parkside Villas Park, which is the Trailview Park, the 24-hour fitness, our piece. So when you take a commercial project like 24-hour fitness, there's a public landscaping piece to that, and that's Jeffrey Lane. So that's what Parks was looking at, was the landscaping installed on Jeffrey Lane. And then the Amber Lane apartment complex also had public landscape. So what the park's other role is to provide the funding source, or to find the funding source for the city to pay for this maintenance. So that's where we are involved heavily in the landscape and lighting assessment districts for the city of Brentwood. So whether it's a park or city landscape, we need to form an LLAD to fund that maintenance. So that's another piece of these plan checks, because we're reviewing these plans with our consultants as well. So it's not just city staff reviewing them, it's our consultants as well. Excuse me. So having said all of that, and losing track of where I was, we find the funding source, we review the plans, and we work closely with all the departments within the city just to make sure if anything that we captured that might have been missed by one of the other departments, it's a working document that we all help each other out with. So you're finding coordination between all the departments on various pieces of these projects, which, as you can see, there's quite a large amount of plan sets involved with all of them. So I'll cut this short, but these plan sets end up with the inspectors in the field. The inspectors are taking each and every one of these plan sets with them. I put some 11 by 17 versions on those desks as well, that the inspectors carry with them in their cars. But they're confirming that the city standard and specifications. Engineering has a huge document of standards and specifications. Parks, we look at the landscape section and the irrigation section, and basically confirming every product that's put on our property is top grade, commercial grade pieces. So that's what the inspector's role are as we move through these plan checks. So that's basically taking it from the start to the finish as far as what Parks is responsible for. I'll turn it over to Ken.
Thank you, Aaron. I'm Kenneth Murphy. I'm the city's chief building official. And I'm going to take one exception to what Aaron said. I work in community development, and we're a pretty fun group. So I don't know what he's talking about. But what we do is so we're responsible for the fire, life, safety components of a building, habitability, things like that. So sprinkler systems in the city of Brentwood, that's done by the fire department. But in residential occupancies, it's typically done by a building department. We deal with exiting, we deal with HVAC systems, structural components for buildings, things like that. So that's the bulk of what the codes govern here in the state of California and throughout the world. We use an international code is what we use, actually. It's an international code. But I'm going to back up a little bit and start with development services. So development services is the division that actually issues the permits. And so what they do is they take the plans from the applicants, they route those plans around to the various departments that need to do the reviews, or they route them out to our consultants if there's something that, as Eric said, that we need a consultant to do the review. We do use consultants for our bigger projects, and if our workload gets intense, we will use consultants because it allows us to keep our plan check process times shorter. We can send the consultants have multiple people on staff. They have different reviewers to do. So they have somebody to do HVAC, somebody else can do structural, somebody else can do electrical, and they can do those reviews concurrently. Whereas if you do them in-house, you have to do them one after the other, and it extends the process. So that's one of the reasons we use consultants for the major projects. In addition to the fact that they're all qualified personnel, they have licensed professional engineers on staff, and it can afford you a higher level of review. So they issue the permits, they take in all the fees, and like I said, they route the plans around. Then the Neighborhood Services Division, which part of that is building inspection and plan check. If the plan check is done by a consultant, then when that gets approved, they will come back to us. We will do another review, just a cursory review, to make sure that all the city of Brentwood's specifications and everything are met, as well as to verify that they did the review according to the California Code of Regulations, which is Title 24. We hear that referred to all the time as the energy code, but Title 24 is actually the California Code of Regulations, which is everything related to the building code. I don't have the books here, but there's like 12 of them. And then there's other books that we don't use that are also part of that code. So we use that review as well as other state laws and federal laws that govern how buildings are built and the way they're supposed to be done. The main focus for us is to make sure, like I said, fire, life, safety, that people can get out of the building if something happens without loss of life. So that's the main focus of what the building code is designed to do. The habitability and other things are also there. They're important, but we want you to be able to get out of the building so you can come back in another building another day. So that's what we do. Other than that, I'm going to turn it back over to Eric.
So big thanks to Alan, Aaron, and Ken for jumping in there and explaining kind of their role in the process. Really appreciate that. Hopefully what the council and commission can see so far is that this is a pretty complex process with a lot of moving parts, a lot of people involved. But ultimately it's also very collaborative, and no plans get signed off until everyone that's responsible for reviewing them is okay with them. So super important. Let me just take a quick second to see if there are any questions at this point from either council or commission. Everybody's good? Okay. And just timing wise, I'm hoping to wrap up in the next 10 or 15 minutes, maybe just shortly after 6 o'clock, which hopefully leaves plenty of time for public comment and then Q&A from council and commission. Okay, so in terms of the different steps and some of the timelines that are involved, and I think they all sort of touched on this to some degree, but the plan check process can take a significant amount of time, and it really varies by project. And I can tell you, working just specifically talking about planning types of projects, they are all different. They're all super unique, and they all have their own sets of challenges. The initial review that happens, and this is kind of a generalization depending on the plan check, but the initial review typically takes several weeks, maybe up to a month. And then the idea is that subsequent rounds or subsequent reviews generally take less time because you've already done the heavy lifting. The other key point here is that there's a lot of back and forth in the process, and there's typically changes made to plans at each stage of the review. And again, that's based in part on staff or consultant comments. But I can tell you from experience, and I think Alan and Aaron and Ken would agree, that there's a lot of times where you're reviewing plans and you make your set of comments and the plans come back and they've addressed like nothing or maybe like one or two things and you're like, what happened here? So you send the same comments back until they actually get it right. This process can also involve a variety of sort of communication types. So sometimes there's in-person meetings, you know, the applicant or developer just shows up at the permit center, or they go up to the second floor and talk to engineering. Lots of emails go back and forth, of course. Lots of phone calls talking about comments, trying to figure out solutions. And then even sometimes you actually meet on the site, depending on what stage the project is at, to try and figure things out. Okay, so here's another really important part of the process. What is staff looking for when we review these plans? So again, the basis is the plans that are approved by the Planning Commission or City Council. I'm going to step away for just a second. I don't know how, I know you can all see this, but I don't know how well this is translating over Zoom, but this is basically an 11 by 17 booklet that I'll call, it's bound, for the Amber Lane Apartments project. And it includes all the landscape drawings, all the preliminary architectural drawings, preliminary site plan. But these are the plans that the Planning Commission ultimately looked at and approved back in December of 2019, right? So when the actual detailed construction plans come in, this is what we're using as the basis to review against. So we're basically at that point, we're doing a compare and contrast, right? Here's the approved set, here's the detailed set. It should look the same, and if it doesn't, why? The other things that go into staff review at that point is we're verifying compliance with conditions of approval that may have been imposed by, again, either the commission or the council. And those can be both standard conditions, excuse me, or project-specific conditions. And then, of course, the various codes that are involved. I know about the zoning code. I know very little about the mechanical code, the building code, the electrical code, those kinds of things. That's where Ken comes in. And then I would say and this term gets used a lot, but it's really important when we do this staff review is substantial conformance. So do the plans substantially conform to the approved set of plans? And I will say that the level of detail that you're looking at can vary, right? And it tends to be greater in the final construction level plans when you're comparing them to preliminary plans. So for example, in preliminary plans, they're not identifying the depth of window trim, for example, but they are in the construction plans. So our job is to look at the window trim and go, does that look basically the same? Okay, and if it doesn't, again, why? And we're always constantly using our professional judgment to determine conformance. It's not an easy thing to do, but that's what we're trained to do. Okay, so why do changes occur? And I don't know if change is the right word. You could say, why does it look different? Why does it vary? Why does it change? So I'm using the word change here. And this touches on what I mentioned just a minute ago, which is that the preliminary plans, which are these design level plans, they simply don't include the same level of detail as the construction level plans. And those are the plans that we have on these tables here. The other thing, and I touched on this a little bit earlier, is, again, there are no typical projects. Every project is super unique. And the larger, more complex projects tend to have a little bit more variation in them between the preliminary set of plans and the construction plans or the final plans. Changes can occur for a variety of reasons. These are just some examples, but maybe a certain material isn't available at that point. Maybe a certain code has changed, and in order to comply with that code, it alters the design slightly. Maybe there was a change in site conditions that wasn't known at the time the original set was designed. But again, those whatever changes are proposed have to be explained and justified. So what we do at staff level is use our discretion to determine the level of change. In other words, is it something that we can approve at staff level administratively, or does it require some higher level of review? And I'm going to get to this in a minute, but on the apartment example, and I'm trying to remember, I think, so Rod and Chris, you weren't on the commission yet, but at the end of last year, there was an issue with the apartments and screening of the mechanical equipment up on the rooftops. That was not something that staff was comfortable approving because it wasn't substantially conforming to the approved set of plans. And so those plans were brought back to the Planning Commission for review and approval, I believe, in early December. Okay, and now on to the examples. So you probably, when you walked in, you're probably going like, why are these tables here? So it's a little bit of a unique setup, but what we wanted to do was show the council and the commission visually, and again, I know this doesn't translate over Zoom so well, but visually what we kind of look at in terms of the plans, right? So this table over here to my left is the commercial project example, and that's the 24-hour fitness building over there off of Lone Tree and Jeffrey. So we have the landscape plans, we have the improvement plans, and we have the actual building construction plans, the biggest set there. And then the 11 by 17 plans that you can see kind of folded on top of the larger set, those are the design review plans that planning was responsible for. In the middle is the single family project example, which is Parkside Villas. That's a 36-unit single family detached product that's actually under construction right now, just a little bit south of Apricot Way. Again, the building construction plans, there's 3 sets there, and you can see how large they are. They actually got submitted, and I think Ken mentioned earlier this was a little bit unique, but the applicant submitted those for each different model. So each one of those plan sets represents a different house model. And again, the landscape and improvement plans are over on this side, and then the smaller 11 by 17 plan set is the planning review set that we look at. And then last but not least is Amber Lane Apartments, again, now known as the Blossoms. 288 units south of Amber Lane, west of Shady Willow. This was originally approved by the Planning Commission in December of 2019. It was appealed by a builder and then approved by the council on appeal in 2020. That is now, of course, as you know, under construction. I believe they have all or parts of 2 buildings occupied, and they're looking to occupy more. And then I wanted to touch on, I've got the next couple slides in the presentation, because I know there was some concerns about Amber Lane specifically, so I'm going to end with this as the example. There are 3 things I wanted to point out, and I don't know how well these are going to translate on the actual screen, but the three, I guess, the primary changes were, 1, the stone columns that are at various points along the elevation there. They were originally shown with more of a tapered kind of a look, so they got bigger towards the bottom. But because of the location of the stairs as you go up to the higher level units, the actual columns impeded with the building code in terms of ADA compliance. So they had to be modified. And so that now the columns are actually like cylindrical columns and they don't taper. The other thing that happened was, and Ken would be better able to explain this, but there was on the side elevations, and I don't know again how well these will translate, but if you look at the top, the left and right elevation, on the bottom there you can see what kind of looks like doors. Those are basically where the electrical panels are housed. And the code had changed between, again, when these design level plans were prepared and the construction level plans were prepared. And so the design of those electrical rooms had to be modified because I think more panels were required. But Ken, correct me if I'm wrong on that. Oh, and then the other thing, the last thing I wanted to point out, because I know this issue had been raised before, and okay, this is a 3-story elevation, was the design of the actual railings for the outdoor patio space or balcony space. So the preliminary set, again, which is this 11 by 17 set here, and this is just an excerpt from this set, had 2 different styles of railings. One was a vertical kind of style. The other one was like a cross-hatched herringbone kind of diagonal style. And through the plan check process, that style was revised to a horizontal style. And again, Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was due to code compliance as well, just because of the way the diagonal railings were to be constructed and they weren't compliant with the code. So those are examples of things that we certainly note when we review the plans. And there's, again, a lot of back and forth between staff and the applicant. And depending on the level of changes that we see, and do they substantially conform, we have to make that determination. Either they do substantially conform, and if they don't, then they either have to find another way, or they have to take it through another process, which that was the example I used for the rooftop equipment just back in December. And with that, with that, that's really the end of staff's presentation. So we're at about 5 after 6. I'm certainly happy to answer questions from council, commission, to the extent that either Alan, Aaron, or Ken can answer questions. I will defer to them as well. But at this point, I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Spartling.
When do you decide to bring something back to the design subcommittee versus making it a staff decision?
When do we decide, or how do we decide?
Sure, how?
Well, again, it's substantial conformance. There's no, each case is unique, so there's no real concrete answer to give you on that one, unfortunately. It's, some of it's kind of by feel, right? I've always looked at it as the 3 levels of review. So if something complies to a T, that's easy, right? That's a staff approval. If there's a minor tweak, but we're not comfortable for one reason or another, we've taken things to the design review subcommittee. If it's significant enough where it's really not even worth involving the subcommittee at that point, then we take it to the full commission as a formal like amendment or change. But it's a hard question to answer because there's no there's no rule book there, really, right? It's again, substantial conformance.
So I think some of the concerns around from the public are around whether they're true or untrue. A lot of questions that we get asked are around, it was approved looking this way, and now it looks this way, and the builders are doing this to cut costs, right? I'm sure you've heard those comments.
Yep.
And I think the Amber Lane example is probably members of the public have asked that same question. So you did bring something back to the sub-design committee. It was the garage doors, which had to be changed because of supply chain.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
That's correct.
And the changes were approved.
Yeah, and also just, sorry to interrupt you real quick, but the other thing was that the project was conditioned that the carport design had to be approved by the subcommittee. So before we issued the permits, we made sure we brought those to the subcommittee, and then they had proposed that other change as well, so we grouped them together.
Okay. And so the other changes in design had nothing to do with supply chain?
Not to my recollection, no. I mean, there might have been like material issues, but I don't recall ever talking to the applicant about like a supply chain issue. Other than the rooftop equipment, but that was a separate issue that the commission handled through the formal amendment.
And it was from the code? The reason why the balconies were changed was because of the code had changed, or the code was always the same and the review was?
Right. So I guess another way to put it is when these projects are designed at this level, what they call design level, they're not thinking here to construction plans at that point, right? They're not thinking of everything. So when it comes time to do these construction level plans, that's where all the details kick in and they're like, oh, this design actually doesn't quite work because of a code, or it could be something else. And that's why they went to a different design that actually met the code. But I will say that, so again, in terms of substantial conformance, one of the things we looked at with this one specifically is that it was always intended to be designed in this like craftsman style.
Right.
And I remember talking to the applicant's architect about it, and it's all about in keeping with the style as well. So if they had proposed something that was wildly different in terms of style, I wouldn't have been comfortable with that.
Okay, so I thought I had been told that some of the changes were due to materials not being available because of the supply chain. Is that not correct? Outside of the doors.
I used the materials example as a general example. I wasn't using that for Amber Lane necessarily.
Okay.
But that is a reason why it changes sometimes, yeah.
Okay. So the reason why I bring it up is because the applicant was specifically asked by me if any materials were were not available to make sure the design it was coded, and they stated that there was no other issues other than the garage door. I think that one of the things, and it's up to City Council because I'm sure there's some cost to it, I do think that the design subcommittee review meetings, if they're called, they're not currently recorded. And so for projects moving forward, that may be something to consider.
And thank you. Just real quick too, and I didn't put this on a slide, but I want to make sure everybody knows that we are always available, all the staff, but planning staff in particular. If there are questions or concerns that come up, we have a general planning email address and a general phone number, and I have a specific email address and a direct line as well. So I always invite residents to contact me or anyone on planning if they have questions or concerns about specific projects. We're happy to answer those.
Yeah, I just think that with all the questions that were received or comments about specifically Amber Lane, right? And there's going to be future projects where there's probably going to be hey, it looked like this and now it's that. I think just to make if you do happen to bring things back to the sub-design committee, I think it makes a lot of sense to record it because then it's out in the light of day and people can get their questions answered there, what transpired in the meeting.
Yep, we'll do that for sure.
The Amber Lane one is interesting because it went to planning, it got approved. It went to council, it got approved. And then it went back to planning for design changes. Mm-hmm. And I filled out a call to review because I was not happy with the banisters that they had put on the second time around. And then I got a call from Damien who said that, I can't remember, I think it was Damien, who said they want to pull back their changes. They're going to keep it to the original plan. Do you want to remove your culture review? And I said, as long as they're going to keep it to the original plan, that's fine. I'll pull my call for review. So then that died. They went back to the original changes. And I thought and this is where I don't know where the breakdown in communication is. This is kind of what I wanted to get to today. At what point, like, okay, we thought this was important, and now they're having to change this for whatever reason it is. When does it come back to us to say, hey, we're going to change the banisters. They're going to look like what you didn't like, and these are the reasons why. Like, I feel like I shouldn't have to drive by it and see that on something that was such a big deal. So I don't know where that breakdown is or what I can do to be more proactive, or do we have an ongoing list of, if there's a big change from, I think it's called the design to the construction plans, is there like a punch list of those items that, if it looks very different than what we approved, how do we figure that out?
Yeah, and it's interesting when you bring up the entire process for Emberlane, because it was very convoluted at that point. But they ended up going back to the Planning Commission and basically rescinding or officially withdrawing those changes, which again took it back to this booklet. But that's an example of, at that point in the process, and just full disclosure, I was the one that reviewed these plans, right? There was no other planner involved because the project planner was no longer at the city. So I took it over, and I take all these reviews very seriously, and this one in particular, because I know it was, hypersensitive. So I was looking at everything in fine-grained detail. And when it got to the point in the process, and again, they had taken this set, and then with the big set, saying, this is what we want to build, I'm looking at everything, and it wasn't just, there were some significant changes, but then there was also just a whole bunch of changes. And I'm like, this isn't something that staff can approve. So that's why they went through the Planning Commission process, right? They approved it. As you mentioned, Councilmember Mendoza, you called it for review. Then they said, oh, you know what? Okay, we'll go back to this one. So then, I'm going back now to make sure that everything matches. So I'm sorry, that's to one of your points. The other one I think is again a more difficult answer because it's very project specific, and it has to do with, and I'm sorry to use this term again, but substantial conformance and professional judgment. So we make these kinds of judgments pretty much, not all day, I was gonna say all day, every day, but every day on a variety of projects. And it's not just Amber Lane. I mean, Alan and Aaron and Ken, they do the same thing with their part of the process. It really, I think, bubbles up when staff is not comfortable with either the level or the scope of changes. And again, the next step in a process like this would be, we would say, you're going to have to go back to the Planning Commission and ask for their approval. And then again, it calls into question, okay, is that something that gets appealed or called for review? But we don't maintain a list necessarily of, like, here's all the variations, and then like distribute it and say, is this something that everybody's comfortable with, right? That's just the way we work the process. So if it's a question of how the process can be maybe done differently, maybe that's either part of tonight's discussion or a future discussion. But
it's awkward because we're all sitting. I just wanted to question.
I'm like, was I leaning one way or not?
We have to talk about what we define as substantial versus what you see as substantial, because I saw the railings as substantial. I would have wanted to see that before it got implemented on the job site, because it was important to me the first time around. So how do we define substantial and, for something we might want to see or we feel passionate about?
Yeah, and that's a great question, and that goes back to also the roles and the level of review, right? So that project originally just was approved by Planning Commission, right, and then Council. So in some cases, it may be Planning Commission that's asked to look at changes, like the rooftop equipment, or in some cases, it's Council. So it's not always even going to go back to Council every time. It depends on the original approving body. So for each project, that aspect of it's a
And
little
that's
different
okay if
too.
it doesn't come back to council. If
Right.
it goes to planning, I watch every single one of their meetings anyway, so I'll call for review if I don't like it anyway. But I think it should kind of go to at
Yeah.
least them.
So, so substantial conformance has been thrown around a lot. Professional judgment has been mentioned a lot. And so I can tell you there isn't a science, right? There isn't a formula, and we can talk about how to define that better for the decision makers so they have trust in the process. But what I can tell you is what we're looking for is the totality of changes. So I can be honest with you, one railing, we may not ever, that would be handled at the staff level, one railing perhaps, okay? Unless there's a condition of approval that says that railing has to look like this, and they said exactly like this for some reason. Then we can say, well, that's a condition of approval. At staff level, we do not overlook or overturn conditions of approval, okay? If the conditions are broad enough or vague enough, we might have some discussion internally. And if we feel comfortable that it's not substantially changing the design or the intent or what you see on this 11 by 17, it's the same color, it's the same form, it's also craftsman. Instead of lattice, it's vertical. We may make that decision to do that at staff level. But what we're looking at is the totality of changes. So if it's a banister, if it's a cornice, it's a wall color on this building, it's a change in stone, we're looking at the totality of changes and saying that's too much. That is not consistent with what the original approving body looked at, and we're going to bring it back. And that's what happened with Amber Lane, and it happens with other projects, and it'll continue to happen as we go forward because this process is iterative and projects do change. We don't like it, but if someone asks us to bring it back in requests, we will do that, or we will tell them they have to go back because we're not comfortable doing this at staff level. So in order to build a trust with the decision makers, I'm happy to talk about substantial conformance, but because it is using so many different people's professional judgment and different standards and books and guidelines, it's hard to come up with a very precise formula, like 1 + 1 = 2, right? But that's what we're here to discuss.
Yeah, I think we have a design committee for a purpose. And I think anything that is designed aesthetically should go back to design committee, right? It's a couple of people, and that's their purpose. And so I guess what I'm saying is I'm telling you the railings were important. You're telling me railings alone were not that important.
I'm saying we wouldn't typically call that one particular change as something to bring back.
So, and that's something I would have wanted to see. So there's a breakdown, and that's where I'm not sure how to fix that breakdown.
Yeah, so the nature of the process is if you see, and these are free for anyone to come and flip through, that's why they're here. If you can see, there's hundreds of pages in there where there's minor changes throughout the process. And also goes to your other point about punch lists and that sort of thing. And so when you're looking at a project of that scale, the 9 buildings, the 288 units, our staff opinion is one railing can be handled at administrative level unless, right, there's a precise reason or requirement that was put on that railing, which can happen. The Vineyard Academy Council got very specific about the awnings and the windows, right, and those are in conditions of approval. But I can tell you that staff using their professional judgment would not normally bring something like that back unless there was a very specific requirement and reason to do so. And we make dozens of calls like that on all these plan checks because they are so complex and there's so many aspects to these designs, right? Like the stone that Eric talked about or that sort of thing. So you have a different opinion about that, but I can tell you if every time we bring a change that we make or something we consider administratively a red line to a committee, this process could take years because it's so complex and is so iterative. And so we need a better direction and a better definition, but we are hired to exercise our professional judgment up to a point, right? And so, I'm happy to have that discussion, but bringing every little change, especially for a project of this scale, back to a design committee is not really feasible operationally.
And I know you're saying it's one railing, but it was one railing times, 144? So
well,
it's not,
I don't know that the railing has changed that much because each balcony is different, so I don't have the scale.
But
there's three different.
I just need to figure, I guess what my takeaway from this conversation is that if I'm passionate about something on a design, I need to tell you, this is the condition of approval. And if this is going to change, please let me know.
So, so if you're in the decision-making body, right? Or as a member, if you call it up or if you watch a planning commission hearing. So we don't want to give the impression that these drawings that you see are fluid, that these are just suggestions, that these are drafts. No, these are what we are plan checking against, but certain aspects of these projects will change. So these are what we're plan checking against. So those railings, those stones are supposed to be in here, but little aspects of this will change. So if there's something you feel passionately about as a decision maker that I really want the ledge stone on this building and I don't want to see that feature change. I really like the arched entranceway with the ledge stone and I don't want to see that change to brick. Yes, you can make that as a condition of approval. Where we're going to get a little more complicated on that is residential projects. We have to have objective standards when we're making those conditions. But in commercial, we have a lot more flexibility.
Okay, so that's good for me for going forward to know how to do that. Do you have another question about this? Because I have a different question. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. And I agree there is a little misunderstanding when we don't have any way to quantify or understand what substantial conformance is. In the law, we have burden of proof or burden of proof like reasonable doubt or preponderance of evidence, and I can kind of quantify what that means. Here I understand because there's so many people there, it's hard. However, I think Commissioner Sparling, what he raised that is a concern for our residents is when we have materials that are a little less than beneath or when developers may sneak in, let's get something a little cheaper. I've seen it in purchasing my home here where you come in one area and then you come back and garage doors are a much cheaper material that don't last beyond the 1-year warranty. They don't extend beyond that. Do we have, when you're looking at substantial conformance, are there standards which everyone who has a seat at the table, they're making decisions based on whether or not that material is less than? Or is there a standard in which you will hold developers to that if the material is no longer available, you have to get better than, equal to or better than, versus a lesser than material if the material is unavailable?
Yeah, I think I understand your question. We don't really have a formal process in place for that. From the planning side of things, we're looking at obviously material, but the other thing is the actual look, right? So again, the example is let's say on a roof. If the interesting thing, to go back to Amber Lane, is the roofs on the actual residential buildings are a composition shingle, but the Planning Commission wanted the Clubhouse building to be a tile roof, which was different than everything else. So there was a specific condition of approval that be tile, and that's the case out there. It's tile. So if they had proposed we know the condition says tile, but we want to use a composition shingle or a different style of tile, we would have said, no, that needs to go back to the subcommittee or the full commission because it's too significant of a change. I'm just off the top of my head as an example. Does that sort of answer your question? Or
It does. I think my deep concern is that if we accept materials that are below the standards that the Planning Commission approved and then council approved, then maybe we're not substantially conforming if a year later it doesn't look to the aesthetics of our city or it doesn't conform to the nature of what our neighborhoods are looking like because of the quality of the material, or it just doesn't look like what our expectations would be.
these people are really surprising me tonight. Can I just
popping up on you? Yeah.
Well, Alexis did. I figured.
Oh,
So I just want to, Commissioner Pearson, I'm sorry, Councilmember Pearson. So you asked a question about quality materials. Mm-hmm. So the planning division, they're looking at the aesthetics of it. So from this 11 by 17, you're not going to be able to tell what the quality of the material is. Mm-hmm. So in your case, you were talking about a garage door. So there are code minimums that the builder has to adhere to. And even in the plans are going to call for a certain type of garage door. They're going to call for maybe even a brand of garage door. That's what has to be installed. Now, with respect to the building code, if they choose to go to a different brand, but yet it still meets the code minimums, then there's the building department, they can revise the plans and say, well, I'm going to do this. But we only enforce the code minimums. That's all we can enforce. And the planning division is only going to be interested in the aesthetics of it. So if it looks exactly the same, that's what you're going to get. Now, if they say we're going to use redwood trim, and then we show up and they're using spruce or they're using, Doug fir, well, that's different. So we're going to say, no, that's different. It may even look the same, but it's a different material. We can tell that. So those kinds of things we're going to hold them to. I don't know what they call it today, but in the old days, they called it value engineering, right? So that's something that you will see, but it's not something that we allow to happen without some input from someone saying, okay, well, why are you doing this? Because that's never a reason to change something. It costs too much. That's never a reason to change something. I just wanted to weigh in really quickly on the Amber Lane railings too. So one of the things that Eric was talking about was the way that they looked, the way they were built. So he mentioned the fact that there was a code issue related there. And I wasn't involved in the process then, but I will tell you this, that guardrails have to resist a certain amount of force against them so that if somebody falls into it, they bump into it, there are structural requirements for guardrails. So the design of these that I saw here, I don't know what kind of material was proposed to make that pattern. And so when these plans were developed, those plans were not completed. So when these plans are done and the design level stuff's done, those plans are not done. They want this to be done pretty much first. I mean, they're working on them, but the details and whatnot that go into those plans is not completed because they want these plans to match those plans. And so sometimes what happens is they'll get to a point where they'll look at the design level plans and say, well, I can't build that. I can't make that work. That's not going to work. We got to do something else. And so the construction plans will look different. And when the construction plans come to us, the planning division will look at those construction plans and make sure that the construction plans match these plans. And like Eric said, if there's an issue and something's different, then they want to know why. They may not keep a running list of it, but why is this different? Well, it's different because we couldn't do this or we couldn't do that or that didn't work, like the columns. He's correct. So the way the columns at Amber Lane are really close to the stairs. That's where they are when you come out of the building, when you come down the stairs. So with the columns being flared out like that, they most likely, I wasn't part of this process, but I know what happened with the columns that were actually out there now that are done, is they impeded into the required maneuvering clearance at the bottom of the stairs, the landing space. Even the ones that became vertical, so they were flared out and they became vertical. We had some issues with those as well in the construction process. They designed them and they fixed them, but then when it came time to build it, and we got out there in the field and started taking measurements, it looked a little bit, it looked the same, but it didn't work. They had to, move some things around. It still looks like those plans, but they had to move some things around. And you can't have, well, I'm not gonna say you can't, you could have some columns flared and other columns not, but I don't think the developer really wanted to do that because then that's a weird look, and I think that would be even more of a problem. And then, you start trying to redesign the building to make flared columns work, so your larger spans for the beams and all these kinds of things, because you have to push them out of place. So there are decisions like that are made in between these plans and those plans to make sure that those plans conform to the code and as closely as possible to these. Okay.
Sorry. So across the board, it appears that the concern is the level at which when it comes back to us, right? So is there a way to do like a ranking to get your totality? For example, for your structural versus your design versus your code versus if someone comes back to you and said they need to save money, can you rank those and then come up with a way, come up to some kind of a formula that way to decide when it's necessary? Beyond what Councilmember Mendoza was talking about, the CUP for the things that are that significantly important to us.
Sorry, geez. I think you could. It would take a lot of probably thought and, process to come up, because every project truly is different. And we're not just saying that to get out of explaining things. We've all been doing this a long time, and every project really is different. So I think it would be a challenge, but, you know, we could come up with some thresholds or something like that that might apply to, you know, multiple types of projects. It's just something that doesn't exist. You know, we've all been doing this a long time. That sort of professional judgment and substantial conformance is what a lot of people in our profession use, and there isn't a set formula. But it doesn't mean we can't do it. It just, we want to be careful that we're developing something that truly applies to all the different types of projects that we're doing. You know, and just to that point, it makes folks uncomfortable that what we do isn't an exact science, that 1 + 1 doesn't always equal 2, and we understand that. There is some level of professional judgment in what we do. The municipal code empowers Eric to make substantial conformance decisions, or Alan. It's actually codified in the code. It's in our standard conditions of approval that the community development director, or the planning manager, or the zoning administrator can make determinants about substantial conformance. We're given that power in the municipal code and those conditions of approval because of our training, our certifications, our expertise. When people come to us and say, it's too expensive, I don't want to do that, I don't mean to sound glib, but I don't care. It's not, I mean, that's not my problem. That's a you problem, Mr. Developer, Ms. Developer. You need to come up with a solution. And if they refuse to do that, then we go back to Planning Commissioner Council, okay? We get people who try and change things after the fact all the time. We've all been doing this for years, but we don't let them, right? There's a whole process that we go through. So what is the reason? Is it the fire department has a whole new fire riser requirement, and now they want a giant red fire riser there where you had a nice window and a column? Well, we can't overrule the fire department. What does that mean for the building? Those kinds of things are hard to capture in a formula because they don't happen on every project. They don't happen all the time, right? Is something that the fire district says something we're going to bring back to Planning Commission? Probably not, unless it creates a whole new design for a building. Then yes, we would bring it back and we would say, this is the reason why, right? So it makes people uncomfortable that this is imprecise. If you don't trust our staff or our expertise or our problem, that also makes it uncomfortable for folks because they don't believe us when we say we're doing our best and we're checking these plans. There's also a level of perception that people say, this changed. I knew it was this color, now it's this color. You know, and that's totally understandable because when it goes through the process, this is what the public's seeing, this is what you're seeing. You're seeing color material boards that are chips or pictures of stone. When things are built, they do look different than this, right? They're a lot more complex. They're not flat. That's why when we write our staff reports, we try and do the best job we can to tell you the story of what this is going to look like, right? We talk about setbacks and roof angles and shadows and tree placement and all of that stuff because this is a flat drawing. That's really hard to understand what the final product's going to look like for most people. For me too. I've been doing this for over 20 years. So that's part of it too. People are saying, well, that's really different than what I looked at. Well, is it different in a material substantial way, or is it just not what you thought it would look like when it was done because you looked at it a couple years ago? You know, so that's also something we have to work through. And what is different about it, and what is the change? And so it's a really complex thing what we do, and I'm not excusing it. I'm not trying to not be helpful, but quantifying it, we could look at it, but it's a challenge.
Through the chair. Sorry, just a couple follow-up questions or comments. The comments is, at least from my perspective, it's not that I have any lack of faith or trust in what you guys do. For the vast majority of changes are not seen by the public, and there's no issue with them at all, right? I think where we have an opportunity to improve is in the communication of the design, where use the example of the fire department coming back and saying, this has got to be here. Is there a way to, maybe it's an informational report at a planning commission meeting saying we had these changes, or simply if the balconies needed to be changes because change of code? I mean, personally, I would think that the builders shouldn't be putting forth a design that they know they can't build, and I would expect that they should know that they can't build that design given the codes. I also suspect that the builders should know ADA requirements from a pillar to a stairway when they design it. And if not, then what's the consequence to the builder, right? So I think for me, what I think is the biggest opportunity is just a way to communicate to not even the folks up here, it's really to the public who have these questions, and you guys are doing a great job on all of it, but then get in the hot seat because people see a balcony looking different when it needed to be changed because it couldn't be built because of a code reason, and that wasn't communicated in the best way. And I think that's a lost opportunity, and it's caused some angst and distrust among the public in terms of the process.
Yeah, and that's where I would look to council direction on what you would want to know, what that would look like, because again, there could be 300 changes to that plan set through red lines that, you know, we would look for some criteria or for some direction, because, you know, what is valuable information to have and at what point, because there could be 3 or 4 or 5 plan checks on a project.
Right.
You know, so that's where I would look for direction.
I think what I'm hearing so far, and I think the feedback I've heard from members of the public, it's not the structural, engineering, functional parts of the building. It's the design.
Aesthetics, yeah.
It's that simple. So I don't want to make it about everything. Make it about the design. And again, is it as good? You know, good, better, best? Was it best and now it's good? Or was it good and now it's better, right? Is in terms of materials and design, right? I think that's really the fundamental concern that the public has, and maybe folks up here as well. But I think it's just an opportunity to improve a way to capture, even if it's just posted on the website, hey, here are the design changes that are coming in, and here are the reasons why, here's the code. Don't know if any of that can be done. I'll let the council give you direction on that. But I think that's where because we're beating up Amber Lane, there's other projects that have the same thing, and there will be future projects that will have questions from the public. I think there's probably a way to better communicate these changes, because I certainly don't want you to bring back to me 300 changes from an engineering standpoint that I have nothing to say except yes, because I don't know.
So yeah, and like I said, I'd welcome council's direction, because that would be a significant amount of staff time. It doesn't mean we can't do it, but that would be the kind of thing that we would want council direction on, some criteria of how and when to do it. You know, and I'm trying to find a diplomatic way to say this. Not every project goes through the same amount of red lines and submittals and changes and follow-up hearings as other projects. Just like any other field, there are some architects and developers who are better at what they do than others, that are better at putting together this with that, right? Are more experienced at it, have fewer issues, fewer red lines, fewer plan checks. So in my mind, if that was the field that I'm in, and thank goodness I'm not, I would hire those people, and it would be cheaper and quicker for me to get through the process. Not everybody does that. And so the projects that we're talking about tonight, not all of them have gone smoothly through no fault of the staff or planning commission or councils. It has been a process that not every project goes through. Okay, so there are projects that have changes that we could post on the websites as council wants us to do. Some will have more, and some may have none that are the aesthetic nature that you're describing. But every project's different, every architect's different, every developer's different, and some are more of a challenge than others.
Okay, I'm going to move on from Amber Lane real quick because I have other questions. So once we approve a project, how long does the applicant have to start that project? Like, how long is that valid?
So most projects are approved with a 1-year timeline from approval to what we would call like site disturbance or construction. That could be grading or installation of utilities. So it's generally a 1-year time frame to initiate construction.
So if I'm a developer and I start grading like in 11 months, then I'm good to go, right? Then I'm fine.
Correct.
And then what if all they do is grade and then they stop? Does the time start again, or is like they're now in compliance, so they're fine?
Good question. I mean, that kind of depends on where the actual construction document process is at. Permits do lapse over a period of time too, even building permits. And Ken could speak better to that than I could, but you have to make continuous progress on a construction project to keep it active.
Okay.
But that generally hasn't been an issue, but maybe to your point is, and the commission, not so much the council, but we have seen a lot over the years, especially when the recession was hitting in like 2008, 2009, extensions of time requests, because people would get projects approved and then they couldn't build them. And some projects requested multiple time extensions. And those can get kind of dicey too, because people get leery after so many years, like, okay, is this actually going to get built?
Okay. And then we see a lot of applications that have been submitted and nothing has happened to them. How long can a submitted application just sit on our list before it has to come to planning or to council? And they have to resubmit a new application?
I have to be careful how I answer this question because I know what I would like to say, but the actual answer is it's really kind of indefinite.
Okay.
We have projects that have been on the books for years. And again, I talked about this earlier, they're all super unique and the applicants are unique, the sites are unique.
The reason I'm asking is because if I put an application 5 years ago, things like CFDs or affordable housing, they were different on our code. So they submitted those applications during those times, but we all want things like affordable housing in our city. So can they just let it hold forever, then not be subject to the new affordable housing guidelines?
Okay, so good question, and I don't know if the assistant city attorney wants to weigh in on this at some point, but I will say that it does depend on when an application has been deemed to be complete. Okay. So one of the things that we do at staff level, initially the planning staff, is an application comes in, we review it. So like the plan set is one part of it. They need to submit a title report, various technical studies, the appropriate fees. Every time they're missing something. So we always send them a letter saying you need to submit A, B, C, and D, right? Sometimes we don't hear from them for 6 months or 2 years, and that application is just sitting there incomplete. But oftentimes they do get completed and they sit as well. But at that point, they're complete and kind of vested with those particular rules, no matter when it moves forward.
Okay. So, and then I have a question, like, let's talk about Vineyard Academy, because that one was interesting because I thought we had like landscape guidelines, right? When something comes to planning, it should have a minimum standard of landscape guidelines. And I don't think we saw that project have it. Like I remember Karen Rary asked for it. We all asked for the landscaping. Why would something get through the process, land over here with planning, and not have our minimum guidelines adhered to on the plan?
Through the mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, Eric. You know, Vineyard Academy actually has a pending application for consideration before the Planning Commission. So it would be helpful maybe if we talked about a different project that wasn't coming back through the process, just so we don't inadvertently put ourselves in a position where people are not able to participate later.
Let's talk about Gracie Lane. So we went through a lot, like, let's say Gracie Lane didn't meet minimum qualifications. We worked a lot with Shay to improve what they were offering in regards to landscaping. Why do some things get through with like less than what we feel should be standard landscaping plans before it gets to us?
Okay, and so when you say Gracie Lane, you're referring to the Orchard Grove project?
Yes.
That Shay, okay.
Yeah. Or just in generalities.
Right. So, yeah, I would just say in general, I'm not aware of a project that would be put forward to either the Commissioner or Council that did not meet the minimum standards. And I know the project you're referencing. I know there was a lot of discussions. There was a special land use committee meeting, I think back last August, to kind of hash through some of the finer points of it. I don't know what the specific answer is to Orchard Grove, but I know that it met the minimum standards. I think if memory serves, the council, you and former councilman were very concerned about specific plantings in the stormwater basin.
Yeah.
And maybe around Lone Oak and Gracie, but it would have met the minimum landscape standards to get to that point.
Okay. I was going to ask you one more question and then okay. So then let's talk, and I might get stopped, but you talked about conditions of approval. One of the things that I'm concerned about is that the last Planning Commission meeting, I think it was Rod asked about conditions of approval, and Katie mentioned that sometimes it's on the honor system. So do we give permits without making sure every condition of approval is met?
Okay, so I don't want to speak for Katie, but I think what she was referencing is that a lot of times the conditional use permit applications that get approved include operational conditions. So those are conditions that the applicant or property owner developer has to meet on a continuous basis, and that staff is not out there on a continuous basis making sure they're complying. So that's kind of the honor system part. But they would be issued either a grading permit or a tenant improvement permit only if they met all the conditions that were required to get to that point. So for an operational condition, for example, is a bar that would only be allowed to be open until midnight, right?
Yeah, I don't think we were talking operational.
If they stay open until 1:30, that's not in compliance with that condition.
Yeah, I don't think we were talking operational. We were talking about like things being built and completed, as a condition.
Yeah, then there's no honor system in that. It's either they meet it or they don't.
Okay.
And
then,
go ahead.
I think there's a project, so I'll bring that one to you to talk about that offline. And then my last question is the apartment Sterling, what's it called? Sterling something?
Silvergate.
Silvergate. You know what I was talking about. That one on the landscaping I'm concerned about because the median does not have, I think it has a couple of trees, but it's very bare. And I understand that we say, the city doesn't do that. We wait for development to happen. And development happened with the apartments. And I would think they'd be paying into an LLAD that would then be used to complete that landscaping in that median. When does that happen?
So let me ask a clarifying question, and then I might turn this over to Aaron or Alan, but are you talking about the median on O'Hara?
Yes.
Okay.
I just want when should people expect, because I get calls about that one. So I'm like, when should they expect it in the planning process?
And before Aaron gets up here, I would just say if it was a specific condition of project approval that Silvergate had to comply with, it would have been done by now. So maybe it wasn't a project-specific condition.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Eric. The LLDs are formed just to fund the maintenance, not the actual installation. The installation would fall on the developer through a developer agreement. And in this case, that project was really too small to be conditioned to build that whole median. So it's going to take a little bit of a few developments to be able to fund that entire median. That's a rather large median.
Okay, so if no one builds anything for 20 years, because isn't the farm across the way, if they decide they want to hold on to the farm and not do anything, then we're not going to see any landscaping on something like that?
The city would have to find other funding than the development funding to build that.
Okay, so just so because people ask about it a lot, so they understand where it falls in the process.
Can I put perspective to that? I just did a measurement. There's a little over 2,000 linear feet on both sides of O'Hara Road that is undeveloped. And it appears that apartment project is, let's just say, around 300 linear feet of 4,000 linear feet of development along O'Hara.
So what happens with their funds that they're paying into the landscaping until, because they're paying into it, right? So what's happening with those funds? Does that just accrue in an account? Because I know sometimes the accounts have a lot, they don't. And at some point, if it gets to be enough, can we use that?
Yes, there's a small section of landscape that the LLD funds the maintenance of, and then the rest is the fee out of the park fee. So that's what's also helped funding the development impact fee, which funds projects like the Sand Creek Sports Complex.
Okay.
And do you mind if I add on that real quick?
No, go ahead.
So one thing it's difficult for people to accept is that we are under legal requirements regarding nexus and proportionality and fair share. So something that would look better and might theoretically make sense because you were just out there building this, we not necessarily legally require projects to do those improvements based on nexus and fair share. So that's an example of the frontage, where they are developing their project. We just don't have unlimited flexibility to put those kind of requirements on projects, even though it might look better or the best for that neighborhood. There are legal requirements in terms of proportionality and fair share.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I add one thing?
Yes.
Eric did not mention the MAP Act, but there's other rules as it relates to entitlements to the MAP Act, which are different than the one single year. And we could have 2 or 3 multiple meetings like this to try to understand the MAP Act. And then one other thing I just want to mention as relates to commercial projects in that year, I will tell you many commercial projects are trying to get entitlements, then they go out to try to get a tenant before they're going to build. And I'd say in most cities, a year is very, very short of a time for a project to get an entitlement, go out, get financing, and then try to, initially start a project. And for your economic development team, that's difficult. For example, we have Oak and 2nd Street right here, right? They had this 3-story building. They allowed their project to expire. They could have come and asked for another year extension. We had a kidney center, Fresenius, they're going to, that project has left. They're going to lose that entitlement. In our economic development team, we wish we had those to try to find a developer who could come in, and they're one step closer to getting a project approved. So 1 year might be good on some things. On other ones, for example, car washes that I've heard, concerns with, or certain drive-throughs for office buildings and business and employment type of development projects. 1 year is a very, very short time period for a project to try to come to that point where they can complete that set of plans there. Because they normally don't want to, I can't even imagine how much those plans cost. Let's just say $500,000. They don't want to do that until they have this approval from the Planning Commission. And then most of the times they're waiting until after that time period expires to where either a city council or an environmental lawsuit could put into jeopardy their project. So if you think in a 12-month process, that time frame gets really small for them to finish that and do everything for, and I'm really speaking of an office type of development project. So just 2 cents as relates from the economic development side.
Okay, if there's no further clarifying questions, and we are running out of time, at this time we will open public comments.
We'll take public comments for the special meeting. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand under public comment. At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council and Planning Commission on items that are subject to the special meeting. And I have no speaker cards in person. I do have one hand raised in Zoom, but I see him here in the chambers. Danny Dorman.
Good evening. Amber Lane, the gift that just keeps on giving. From the beginning, there was a comment made by the developer. One of the things he said, and this was early on, one of the first changes, he said, we want to make these changes to save money. That's what he said. Had nothing to do with supply chain or availability or any of that. He came right out and said this. We want to make the changes to save money. Then, of course, there were the 40-plus changes that were submitted that all happened to have a dollar amount under $100,000, which meant it didn't have to go to you guys. And had it not been for the eagle eye of the Planning Commission, it wouldn't have gone to you. 2 plus 2 will always equal 4. As Mr. Sparling stated, if the developer gave a plan using sources and materials that they know they cannot build or should use, should be an automatic return to planning. It should be. The moment they come in and say, oh, by the way, go back. They just reset it to 0. Because if they're not confident enough to give you a plan with materials they think they have, vis-a-vis, we're going to build Amber Lane using minerals from the moon. And you guys buy into it and they come back, oh yeah, well, we couldn't do minerals from the moon, so we're going to do it with this. No, not acceptable. 2 plus 2 will always equal 4, but don't tell us you think a wood railing versus a metal railing is not a big deal. And I have yet to see any type of equal or greater than as Councilwoman Pearson mentioned, it's always been the best case, a kind of, sort of equal. It's always been less. Conditions of approval. Does this mean that an improved plan by the Planning and Council is no longer presumed to be a condition? It's been mentioned that staff has had years of experience and certifications, yet we're talking about the same issues. The same issues. Lastly, the gall to say we could come back with some sort of thing, to help keep us more accountable. That is gall. They work for the city manager works for you, you work for us. Thank you.
I have no speaker cards in person. I do have one more hand raised in Zoom. I'll call on Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. I wanted to raise two issues tonight. I'm not sure what part of the agenda we're on because I was at open house for my kids' junior high and I just jumped on. So there is a consent calendar item, which is the wall for the residents on Balfour and Continente Avenue. I just wanted to make sure that if that gets pulled, people remember that this issue has been discussed for so long. The city recognized that it made a mistake when that wall was built. It heard the residents. It agreed that that mistake should be fixed.
Miss Villaseca?
Yes?
I'm so sorry, Carolina, to interrupt
go
you.
ahead.
We are not in the city council meeting yet. This is a special.
Oh!
So you've got plenty of time. So if you'd like to save those comments till city council, that would be wonderful.
I absolutely will. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye.
I have no additional hands raised.
Okay, at this time, then, we will close public comments. Is there any further discussion or questions regarding this meeting?
I just think, I appreciate Alexis saying we need to come up with a process, and I think maybe that's something we can take offline or figure out a way to work through, just the communication part of it, so that if there's a change that we feel strong, if there's an architectural piece we feel strongly about, it can come back to us somehow. I don't know how to get there, but I think we can work through it, because I think sometimes our definition of substantial might be a little different.
Terrific. Well, if there's no further conversation, do I have a motion from City Council for adjournment? And then I'll need a motion and vote for the Planning Commission.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion for adjournment.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, Planning Commission, do I have a motion for adjournment?
I make a motion for adjournment.
Yes. We have a first.
Second.
And a second and a third, it sounds like. Okay, all in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, thank you. And thank you, staff and everyone. Oh, we are adjourned. Thank you, Commission.
Okay. You gonna hang around? Yeah.
For the members of the public that are in the council chambers, we will probably start 5 to 10 minutes late so that we can reset the room for our council meeting.
Testing 1 2 1 2 testing.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the March 28th, 2023 City Council regularly scheduled meeting beginning at 7:10. We do have a quorum. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Sorry, Vice Mayor Meyer. Councilmember Oerlemans?
Here.
Councilmember Pearson?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. Okay. If we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments. Margaret?
We'll take public comment in the chambers, followed by Zoom public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under presentations, informational reports are on the consent calendar, and request for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I received 10 written public comments for item C14 that were submitted prior to the meeting, and these have been posted on the city's website. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the city council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them directly. I have speaker cards. I'll call on Rod, followed by Clifton Fagerquist.
It's been a while.
I'm sorry. Oh, and hopefully I don't miss. I'm sorry.
That's all right. No worries. Hi. Well, I'm back here behind the podium tonight. I haven't been coming to speak lately. I'm on the Planning Commission now, but I do really care a lot about the sound wall issue. And I just wanted to come here and see it on the consent calendar and to see this finally come to fruition. I met Dash, 5 years ago. He's been coming down here trying to get this resolved. And I just want to thank, Karen Rary, she's not here, but she's here in spirit for all the work that she's done on this. I want to thank Council members Mendoza and Meyer for the work they continue to do on it. I want to thank the mayor for your kind consideration of this through all these years. We're just so happy to see this finally coming forward, and we're hoping for a resolution tonight and to finally let the people in this neighborhood get some peace. So thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Clifton Fagerquist, followed by Jamie Duran.
Hello. So, as you know, I live in Deer Ridge, and I'm here to speak on this subject again because of the recent information about someone purchasing, Mr. McCauley purchasing the clubhouse of the Deer Ridge Golf Course and 8 acres surrounding it. So I'm really kind of confused by all of this, simply because of how this was done. Suncoast is the owner of the golf course, and then which was a for-profit organization, business, and that the land was then transferred, all the land was then transferred to World Business Academy, a nonprofit run by the brother of the owner of Suncoast, a nonprofit. And so now what we seem to see is that very same nonprofit is selling bits and pieces of the Deer Ridge golf course and clubhouse and that sort of thing. So it's really confusing to me, because if you transfer from a business to a nonprofit, then you get a tax write-off for that. Okay, so he then transfers it to his brother's nonprofit. He gets a tax write-off because it's a nonprofit, but now the nonprofit is then selling bits and pieces of the Deer Ridge Golf Course to a local business person to run it as for-profit entity. Needless to say, I don't want a restaurant in Deer Ridge, a residential area. We don't need it. McCauley has claimed that if we had a restaurant there, that it would increase our property values. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to increase our property values at all. The reason why we have such good property values is because Brentwood is a well-run city, and because we have 3 local schools close to Deer Ridge. And people don't need a restaurant bar in the center of a residential area. So the whole thing seems very, very confusing. And my question is this really legal? Can a for-profit entity transfer land to a nonprofit run by his brother, and then the brother then of the nonprofit then sells it to a for-profit entity? Is that legal in California? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is, but it seems pretty strange to me. So I don't have much time left, but I just think also there was issues of, oh, well, it's distressed property. Well, if they had followed my advice in the first place, when they closed the golf course, they should have torn down the clubhouse, and we wouldn't have a distressed property because there wouldn't be one there. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jamie Duran, followed by Sycamore Dash.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Duran, as you said, and I have a company here in town called Solar Harmonics, and I'm also on the director with the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. The reason I came to speak tonight is because just recently PG&E has a new program that replaced an old program called Net Energy Metering, and that's where excess solar power is credited to an account holder or a solar or electricity user at retail rates. After April 14th, that program ended, and now those retail rates of 50, 60 cents a kilowatt hour are now dropping to 7 cents a kilowatt hour. So there's going to be quite a few people that have gone solar in many, many years past who, if they do want to add to their system, which is going to be pretty common with electric cars and heat pumps and swimming pools and so forth, they're going to be moved into the NEM 3.0 program. And when that happens, they're going to accumulate pretty large annual true-up bills, which is the accumulation of debits and credits of excess solar power and shortfalls in the solar power. So what I would like to do is encourage Brentwood City Council, and I've talked with Tim Ogden a couple of years ago about it, is moving to a community choice aggregation plan called Marin Clean Energy or East Bay Clean Energy. Either one works great. And what they do is they change it from an annual true-up, where it'd be like a $4,000 or $5,000 electricity bill due just like any other PG&E bill, to a monthly true-up. So that way somebody, if they did get an electric car and they're driving to San Jose every day, that they won't get a $7,000 true-up, they would get a $400 true-up. And that gives them time to make decisions as, should I add more solar, or should I look at battery storage, or should I reduce my, should I not go electric? But at least they would have the information and not get penalized by this new PG&E program. So I'll continue working with Tim. Happy to answer any questions about it. It's really complicated, but basically I'm looking out for our residents. We have thousands and thousands of people that have gone solar, thousands and thousands of more that will be going solar, because PG&E rates will never go down. They'll never be cheaper than they are today, and they'll never stop because everyone is going to be using a lot of electricity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sycamore Dash, followed by Ramanan Mahalanam.
Good evening, council members. I want to thank our Mayor, Joe, Vice Mayor Susanna, and City Council member and the city staff for adding the item number 14, the Highway 4 Soundwall project, on the consent calendar. I also want to extend my thanks to Karen, our ex-city council member, for taking a lead in listening to the community and doing the right thing that was overlooked when Sienna community was built so near to the highway. For the last 5 years, we have gone through many hours of community meetings, new noise studies, engineering review with Caltrain, engagement from assembly members, visitors from the city official, and council members to our community to understand the depth of the issue. Our current mayor has witnessed everything with patience. As the city grew, we have noticed a sharp increase in vehicular traffic, and Highway 4 has been the main lifeline between Highway 5 and Bay Area. I want to appreciate the efforts from our mayor, city council members Jovita, Vice Mayor Susanna, including the ex-council members Johnny and Karen, for feeling the pain of this community and standing up to support the project for the right cause. Although there is a long journey in pursuing this case of sound issue affecting our community, until we reach a final conclusion, my humble gratitude and thanks to the city manager, staff, and council member of Brentwood City for doing the right thing. The Sienna community feel proud and thankful to the city council members and staff for taking the steps to focus in improving the quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ramanan Mahalanam. And my apologies if I mispronounced your name. Followed by Shivangi Dash.
Hi, thanks everyone. And first of all, thanks to the entire Brentwood committee for considering this consent 14 and taking it in this agenda today. And I have been living in this community for last 18 months, and I have been happy with everything the city has been providing, except that we have one issue, which is the noise issue from the highway nearby to her house. And I have been working from home, and the noise level in the daytime is pretty high that we can't even open the doors during the meetings to get some fresh air and all those. And also the noise at the nighttime is little high that I have a small kid who wakes up in the night due to the noise when some vehicle speeds up. So I'd like to look forward that the city will do something about this and approve the project for getting the wall extended so that we can have a quality life and better reduction in the noise. So that's a ask from my side. And thanks for giving us this opportunity once again and to voice out our concern. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Shivangi Dash, followed by Danny Dorman.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time and giving us the opportunity to hear us out. We are but representing the Sienna community at 2102 Carrara Street, Brentwood. So this is just an ongoing effort and which has been going on. So we would like to thank you all from the bottom of our hearts because we are feeling like we are being heard now with help from Mr. Rod, and then our mayor, Mr. Joel Bryant, Vice Mayor Susanna, and the rest of the council members. Thank you so much, Mayor, Council Member Jovita. We really want to thank you all. And so when we moved here, again, it's a beautiful city of Brentwood offering so much of mirth, liveliness. However, having said that, the noise level increase coming from the ongoing traffic has been increasing, and we do understand that Brentwood has been growing as a community by leaps and bounds. People from different places are getting charmed and they are coming over here, but it's kind of like taking a toll on our quality of living, which we did not bargain for when we moved in here. So sitting in the backyard or anything, opening the door or windows, especially when it is hot summer or something, having our children play in the yard, it is kind of getting very difficult with a lot of vehicular noise level increasing. We would really appreciate if something can be done, and with the item number 14 of this project going on, and our concern is being heard, and a lot of email surge of pleas which are being forwarded is heard clearly. But again, we would like to take this opportunity to thank you all, and thank you so much for serving our community. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. The last speaker card I have in the chambers is Danny Dorman.
Good evening again. Okay, 2 comments. C14, as everyone has discussed here, there's a chance that the sound wall could be pulled to discuss. I don't know why someone would be silly enough to pull the item, because the only reason to pull the item is to try and kill it again. The only reason, or the only thing that makes sense to me to pull it and argue against it again is vindictiveness, because nothing else makes sense. And any of the original 3 that voted unanimously the last time decide to vote against it would be political suicide. So please, just leave it in the consent calendar. There's no reason to discuss it at all. Everyone here will be happy. The second thing, and that's a little bit tougher. This is a quote. If you have nothing to hide, you won't mind if I check. Every black and brown man has either heard this themselves or know someone who did. It's so commonplace, I don't even need to give what I just said a frame of reference. Antioch is not a surprise, other than one, the cops didn't think they'd ever get caught, and two, they still have their jobs. The fact that they have cops like that, if you look like me, that's not a surprise at all. I want to believe that Brentwood PD does not have this contagion, but it is possible. And it's better if the chief and counsel check them out than the feds. As I've said, if there's nothing to hide, you won't mind if we check. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no more speaker cards in the chambers. I do have 2 speakers on Zoom with their hands raised. I'll call on Cinziana Todor, followed by Carolina Villasica. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I hope everyone can hear me. I would like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here primarily to express my support for Sienna neighborhood, and I'm very grateful that the item around the sound wall that would improve the quality of life in their neighborhood is on the consent calendar. However, I would like to address the council through the chair, and I would like to ask Councilmember Oerlemans and Pearson to not hold this item and continue it for a future meeting. Residents and previous councils fought hard to get this problem addressed, and they worked tirelessly for years. The both of you were misguided when you were told to just watch one snapshot of this issue being discussed, so careful who you listen to and take direction from. The only reason you will want to continue with this item is to defund it when CIP conversation will take place later this year. I'm not bringing this up to attack you. Please do not look at it this way. You both set up a precedent during the meeting on January 24, 2023, about hour 4 on the recording, when you both explicitly inquired about the budget for this project and suggested to defer the funds to other accounts, such as funding the pensions, which Mr. Oerlemans and some of his family members are some of the beneficiaries. So please stop taking orders from your handlers at Chamber of Commerce, collude with city manager on government business, and do what's best for the resident. If you think this is not serious, please look out city of Anaheim and see what happened there. I would like to thank our mayor, vice mayor, and council member Mendoza for all their hard work supporting Sienna community on this particular issue. And I trust they will do the right thing about not walking back on their commitment to solve this serious problem for our community. Also, I inquired 2 weeks ago about the beautification of the median on O'Hara Avenue between Sand Creek until it turns into 2nd Street. I did not receive any answer on status from city staff nor from District 2 council member. I would like to ask Mr. Mayor to request an update on what next steps are required to get this area up to Brentwood standards. Let me remind you, this is a route that the visitors are guided towards downtown, and its aspect is less than desirable. Also, one more quick thing, the design for Sand Creek Sports Complex looks pretty messy, so I would like to ask all of you to please take a look at it and protect our city's investment for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villasica. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. A different perspective on C14 on the consent calendar is this. City councils change over the years, people roll off, new people come on, but the promises made by any iteration of city council to its residents is really, really important. A couple of iterations ago, city council began repairing some damage that had been done over the years with promises not kept and requests ignored. And they had finally gotten back to the point where residents felt comfortable coming to city council with requests and things that needed fixing. And that's what you want. You want people to trust you. You want people to come to you, and you want to be able to have that relationship. And C14 is exactly that. It's years of work between city council and the residents. It was a promise made. It was voted on 5-0. It was line item budgeted, and it should go forward. So that's very important. Just remember, it's your word that you gave to the residents, and now you have to follow through on that. Also, thank you for finally mowing that field. A lot of critters came our way because they had found a comfy home in that field that was taller than me behind Pioneer, but it finally did get mowed, and I'm seeing a lot of other fields get mowed. And in a few weeks, I hope that we will all feel so much better from the pollen. I appreciate the efforts, and finally the weather is cooperating. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised and no additional speaker cards.
Thank you. At this time,
Oh, I do have one more hand raised. Sorry. Marisol Vallis, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. Sorry, I'm on my phone and it's a little wonky. I just would like to reiterate what others said tonight, and I'm so excited about item C14 in the consent calendar. And I'd just like to please ask to not remove that item C14 of the execution of the sound wall. Please have it remain in consent and finally be approved. 3 of you have been fantastic moving this forward and hoping this is the end of years of discussions. A reminder that this has been in progress after so many back and forths, long meetings and approvals. It's ready to execute. Previous city councils made errors with this development, and the city council has the opportunity to make it right for our residents. Every resident matters. Do the correct thing by leaving item C14 in consent and approving the sound wall. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no additional hands raised.
thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, and we will move into item A1. And this is a presentation from Andrea Frailer, the Brentwood librarian, for an update and the presentation of a proclamation. Andrea?
Very excited to be in person, and I would like to thank you and good evening, Mayor Bryant and Council, for proclaiming April 23rd through the 29th as National Library Week and giving me the opportunity to speak to you this evening. And as you said, Mayor Bryant, my name is Andrea Frailer, and I'm the Senior Community Library Manager of the Brentwood Library. National Library Week, this little snippet, and I'm not going to read it, but go to our website or our Facebook page, it's there. National Library Week Honorary Chair Kelly Yang found the courage to pursue her dreams through access to resources at her childhood library and the support of librarians. She's I don't know if she went to Stanford or Harvard, I can't remember, but she went to law school, and she's a phenomenal author, and she lives in the Bay Area. Today's libraries are far more than print literacy. We have technology, and we provide information literacy. We build strong communities by bringing people and ideas together. Thomas Jefferson said it best when he said, "A democratic society depends on an informed and educated citizenry." That's why I fell in libraries, and that's what the Brentwood Library does. We advocate for intellectual freedom. It's the freedom to read and think. We make sure that materials are available to everyone, regardless. It doesn't matter what I think or what I have any opinion on. I don't have it at my workplace, and no librarian should. We have everything for everyone. And it starts early, promoting people to think and learning. The stories, songs, and toys that we provide at the Brentwood Library are tools specifically designed to boost brain development and build skills for future school success and lifelong learning. We currently have 3 story times at the Brentwood Library, and that one photo is after our stay and play, which those are all early literacy toys. And that bee board, you look for things with bees, and those are on the end of our end caps at the Brentwood Library. So our number 1 goal in the library is to champion personal and community engagement to enrich lives in reading and literacy. And we do this in many ways at the Brentwood Library. One way is through our passive programs. This was in November. We have something different every month. Not all month, but part of the month at least. And so this is one example. We had 414 entries for the Guess the Number buttons, and we had 120 artists tell us what their favorite picture book character was. So super duper fun. I've never read Creepy Carrots, but we got a lot of creepy carrots. Next month, we will have National Free Comic Book Days, which will run May 8th through the 13th. And when people come to the library, they will be able to receive free comics. And you're hearing this first. We are doing the second virtual visit in partnership with the Brentwood Unified School District. Lauren Tarshis will visit every 4th grade classroom virtually, and starting in May, kids will get password or secret codes to come to the library, and if they get their secret code, each school has a different secret code, bring it to the library, they'll get a free book signed by Lauren Tarshis. We are also having a virtual presentation at the library if you'd like to attend. This is for virtual students and homeschoolers who aren't on the school site. If you haven't heard, the Brentwood Library has our seed exchange, and it's open. We have seeds of vegetables, flowers, and herbs. You simply fill out a membership form and take your seeds home. You can also bring seeds back. We've already received donations, which is quite incredible. We have our sewing program back once a month and our brown bag book club. Now, the first weekly program that we brought back to the Brentwood Library was our Insiders program. And this program offers people with intellectual and developmental disabilities the opportunity to build confidence while navigating the library and accessing our services and resources. At the end of 2022, we identified people with intellectual and developmental disabilities as an underserved population, and it became our goal to expand services to this group. The Brentwood Library is the only full-size modern library in East County. On the average, we see 3 groups of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities visit the library daily, Monday through Friday. In January, we began talking to group leaders, teachers, and job coaches who visited the library. In February, we launched activity boxes that can be asked for at the front desk. These boxes include items of high interest, such as coloring pages, games that are for teens and adults, not children. It's not things, they're adults. There's no reason to use children's coloring pages. They're adult items. In March, we officially launched our weekly Insiders program. Each week we have a new activity, some examples, they get to vote, there's a staff pick. Some examples are making clay. They made clay to create stress reliever balls one day, and then they played bingo another. This program has been a huge success, and our programming room, I can't believe it because it's a beautiful big library, is already too small. So we're looking for ways to, exploring ways to add another time of some sort because it's full. There's so many things about the library. I mean, we are far more than books. And here's just a few of my favorite things. We have a partnership with Contra Costa County Vet Services, and the Brentwood Library, well, yeah, that's us, to aid men and women in the armed force who served in the armed forces and their surviving dependents to obtain benefits from the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, Department of Defense, and California Department of Veteran Affairs, with help from a Veteran Services representative. From its launch in July of 2022 until March 2023, the program has helped 174 veterans connect with services and information. Buck, who's in the photo up there, and a Brentwood resident, has helped veterans from World War II that are in their hundreds to those who are currently transitioning out of the military. It's pretty awesome that these people or veterans have ability to come to the Brentwood Library. I've been telling my friends and family members, because there is a barrier of getting to Martinez. You have to make an appointment and go to Martinez. A lot of veterans don't want to do that. I know personally I have 2 members of my family who still haven't got to Buck, but they're getting closer. And the comments we've gotten is that the library is an extremely welcoming place. And it's really awesome. That veteran you see right there, he hadn't received any benefits since he left the service, and he was entitled to benefits, and he now has them, and it's amazing. Actually, I'm not going to go into the story, but when I heard it, I got goosebumps and I cried. So sorry, I can't tell you, but I'll get better at these guys. First one back, well, yeah. Scanning is now available. We have a scanner. It's a high-tech scanner, so photos, printers, it's not one that you can buy, like it's not your scanner at home scanner. We also have 10 free black and white print jobs that you can print each day. The Brentwood residents and community, you are amazing. The food bank, we now have them on bi-weekly pickups. They pick up bi-weekly. We have 2 barrels. When we only had 1 barrel in 3 months, we collected 900 pounds of food, or 492 meals in 3 months. And so I don't even know what we're doing now because we haven't had an update in a while, but I've really been blown away about the amount of donations that Brentwood residents bring to the library for other residents. And then the library's adult literacy program. This program is for adults who read or write below the 6th grade level to get basic instruction, all by volunteers that are supported by our Project Second Chance office. So little numbers. The Brentwood Library, we are open 52 hours this fiscal year thanks to your support. The county, as you know, funds 40 hours. In the city, you support an extra 12, plus you have us in that beautiful building, so thank you. Our study rooms, we have 2 study rooms. Those are reserved 94% of our open hours when we're open. They are extremely popular, and especially when finals and midterms come in, you cannot get those. Last year, we issued 2,027 new library cards. Our circulation, we're not supposed to be competitive, but we are the 5th highest circulating library in Contra Costa County. We're beating Lafayette now, which is pretty awesome. Pleasant Hill came in, and they're beating everybody because they have a new library. But we're 5, and we want to keep 5th, if not increase. And I think we will, because we are the only library that has continued to increase. We last year we had a 20.88% increase, and most of the county had a 7% increase. So Brentwood residents love their library. We're number 3 in summer reading. We finished, and that was, summer reading for years has been on a decline. That we had the highest numbers 2 summers ago since 2015. This last summer, we saw a 13.7% increase, making us number 3 in the county, right behind San Ramon, Lafayette, and Brentwood. That's a big deal, I think. Last year, we held 76 story times. We had 4,247 attendees. So at every story time, we have 56 people. What's not on here is we have been number 2 in incident reports in the county. I'm happy to report that we had a security guard start in February, and we have seen a huge decrease in our incidents. Another huge factor has been the city's support, your IT team, and your facilities to improve, add some building and safety improvements. And it has really made the library a safer place for the community and library staff. I'm going to play this short clip. It's only 30 seconds. Hopefully it has sound. It might not. Is there a microphone there? It's really cool if you can hear it. You can go to our website and check it out, but these are all the online things that you can access with your library card without even entering the library. LinkedIn Learning, they just showed, is an amazing resource. You can learn how to budget, take photography classes, how to build websites. It's all free with your library card. And none of our programs would be possible without the support of you, who support our extra hours, and the Friends of the Brentwood Library. The Friends of the Brentwood Library have a new website. I encourage you to check it out. And also their literary stroll, which you're one of the amazing partners, is this year. Get your tickets if you haven't. It was so awesome last year, and the author lineup is really, really good. So I can't wait for it. So thank you for your support in that, and thank you for the Friends for supporting all of our programs. The Brentwood Library, thank you to the community. You voted us the best place for families, recreation, the best place for government spending, and one of the best places to show a visitor. And that's pretty amazing to get 3 awards, and I'm a little competitive, so I really hope to get a gold next year and maybe even some more awards. So that concludes my presentation. And again, thank you for support. I love working in this beautiful community and a beautiful library and the community that I love. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Frailer as I prepare to go down and make a presentation?
I just want to say thank you for all you do. I found out, and I told you right before you went up, I found out about a month ago, you generously open your space to the Lions Club and to Hijas del Campo to, and I get emotional, to feed farm families, field worker families. And my parents were field workers, so I get emotional about it. But I also heard that the bilingual kids have grown in use of your library, children that you'd never seen before coming to story time and getting library cards. And for that, I thank you. Thank you for all you do for our community. It means the world to me. Thank you. And to the Lions Club.
Yeah, and thank you, Adele. And that's what we do, so thank you. And you know this, the first time I was in there and they were there, the kids were on the glass windows, like not knowing they can come into the library. And it's like, yes, come into the library, you know? So yes, thank you.
Well, it is such a pleasure to present this proclamation. Whereas libraries provide the opportunity for everyone to pursue their passions and engage in lifelong learning, allowing them to live their best life. And whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain programs and collections that are as diverse as the populations they serve and ensure equity of access for all. Whereas libraries play a critical role in the economic vitality of communities by providing internet and technology access, literacy skills, and support for job seekers, small businesses, and entrepreneurs. Whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that promote a sense of local connection, advancing understanding, civic engagement, and shared community goals. And whereas libraries are cornerstones of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas for all. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize April 23rd through 29th, 2023 as Library Week and encourages the citizens of Brentwood to visit the Brentwood Library during this week and explore the wealth of resources available. At this time, we will move into item B, informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. And this time I will begin to my left, Councilmember Oerlemans.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Since the last council meeting, I attended the dedication of the new gym at Liberty High School, which was kind of weird. The new gym was 20 years old. But they dedicated it to Joe Jagiri, became the Joe Jagiri Gym. Town Hall, I also attended a town hall meeting at Heritage High School with Senator Glazer and Assembly Member Grayson. I watched the Planning Commission meeting that took place just the other evening. I was able to attend the East County Chamber Mega Mixer hosted by Supervisor Burgess. The police department did a community meeting regarding the military equipment last night, and I was able to attend that. I watched the committee meeting regarding the nail property and the Harvest Time project, the agricultural committee meeting. I attended a construction trades workforce initiative, CTWI open house over in Concord this morning, and then the joint workshop with the Planning Commission this evening. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I attended the California Alliance of Local Electeds meetings. One of them, Assemblymember Liz Ortega spoke. Interestingly enough, she does not support the trickle-down theory when it comes to housing. She was very vocal about that and is committed to exploring some of the ideas that Callie was presenting. The Youth in Government mock council meeting, I caught the last half, rushed over from work, caught that, and then attended the Lions reception immediately following, which was really nice. Had the opportunity to swear in 3 new arts commissioners at the Arts Commission meeting and stayed to listen to the Downtown Brentwood Coalition presentation to suggest bike racks that also serve as art installations. Of course, took part in the Special Ag Committee meeting to consider Harvest Time requests regarding the nail property and an Ag Innovation Center. I listened to a presentation from Representative Barbara Lee, a discussion of SB 423. I actually watched the recent special Antioch City Council meeting, wanted to hear more about how the council was going to address problems there. Couldn't attend it in person, listened to it in the car on the way home. And then I spent 3 days in Sacramento at the California League of Cities City Leaders Summit and Legislative Advocacy Conference. There was a joint convening with Cal Cities and the California State Association of Counties. Supervisors Joya, Carlson, and Burgess, I did see them and speak with them. It was about homelessness. There was a press conference on the Capitol lawn. I was not able to attend Glazer's town hall, but I did attend a reception for his East Bay cities that he represents to discuss Cal City's legislative advocacy priorities, including requesting opposition to SB 423. Attended a legislative reception there. I spoke at the opening and closing sessions, topics including session topics including prevention of organized retail crime, the Surplus Land Act and its housing and land use implications, universal inclusionary housing, best practices around illegal dumping, and how cities can fight crime with civil litigation. A lot of discussions with council members across the state to discuss local control, the housing element process, housing bills, and then attended a joint caucus lunch for the Women's, API, and LGBTQ caucuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilperson Mendoza.
Hello. Since the last time we met, I spent a couple of days in Sacramento to share my perspective on housing. I met with Assembly Member Mia Bonta, Assembly Member Esmeralda Soria, Assemblymember Cecilia Aguilar Curry, also attended the reception with Senator Glazer, went to an event with Assembly members Rivas and Alvarez. I had a meet and greet with the members of the Latino Caucus where we welcomed all new electeds to the caucus. A town hall with Senator Member Glazer and Assembly Member Grayson. We had 4 Our Neighborhood Voices leadership calls. We're organizing our fundraiser for this Thursday, the 27th, to try to get an initiative on the ballot for cities to take back local control of zoning ordinances. Meeting with Assemblywoman Ortega, along with Vice Mayor Meyer. Again, she does not agree that trickle down is working. Actually, housing is getting more expensive. Attended the high school mock city council meeting, which was really fun, and the reception afterwards. I presented to Livable California, which is a California-wide group of residents who also have concerns about zoning, and presented the Our Neighborhood Voices initiative. I attended the Antioch special meeting that they had, city council meeting that they had, and that was, it was all around equity. And I think, last night Brentwood Union had a meeting about it and Antioch's having a meeting about it. So I think it's something we're going to have to bring forward soon just to make sure that we have all our I's dotted and our T's crossed. I volunteered at a high school career exploration event and spoke to students about finance career paths and also how I double as a city council person at night, moonlighting. I did speak to Gilbert Salinas. If you all don't remember, Gilbert Salinas is the director at Contra Costa Health. And he actually sent his thank yous because during COVID, cities had a lot of red tape and made it very, very difficult to get vaccine clinics. In our city, he said, was one of the best ones to work with. And he appreciated everything our staff did for them. And he said we did save lives. So that was really nice to hear, after all of the turmoil of COVID. Let's see, attended a presentation from Dan Walters, which is a journalist for Cal Matters around housing inventory and history. Attended the ag meeting. I watched it online, sorry. And then attended the Joint Planning 101 meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Pearson.
Yes, good afternoon. Since our last council meeting, I attended the town hall in Brentwood at Heritage High with Senator Glazer and Assemblymember Grayson. I did also attend the East County Chamber of Commerce Mega Mixer hosted by the Chamber and Supervisor Burgess. It was a fascinating event. I did forget to mention in our last meeting that I did attend via Zoom the Children's Leadership Council that was put on by First Five of Contra Costa on special report, which was on the topic of the opportunity gap for children across Contra Costa County. I attended the Equity Town Hall meeting put on by Brentwood Unified School District. Our family was actually interviewed. The Gonzalez group interviewed for 800 hours, several families in the city of Brentwood to collect data. And the data that they found was rather disturbing, but the hope, because I'm always a glass half full kind of person, is that they have resolutions. So they are seeking residents to join the diversity committee. They have an equity committee and diversity committee that they're looking for as an advisory to the Brentwood Unified School District. I attended, I had to skip between 2 meetings because I also watched, it started a little bit earlier, but the agricultural meeting, I was really excited by the presentation that was given by on the Harvest Time Development. If you didn't see it, go back and watch it. It was amazing. I attended today the joint workshop with the Planning Commission. And also, today I was able to go out and see the pipe fitters, UA Local 342 in Concord. They had the open house for construction trades workshop initiative. It is an amazing trades program for our youth, especially for our veterans, our youth, and for women. For people who are from a socially disadvantaged perspective to have opportunities to get into the trades. And they walked us through the school that they have there, and the programming was spectacular. It was awesome to see veterans, women, and people from diverse backgrounds coming to learn about how they can get in the apprenticeship program. So that was dynamic to see today. And then also on Sunday, I joined with a local church to pass out, got in an 15-passenger van, and passed out a bunch of bags to homeless residents from here to Pittsburgh. Backpacks were filled with deodorant, toothpaste, and food, and just some little inspirational cards. Thank you.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I attended the special council planning workshop before this council meeting. I did want to see at some point if we can address, I know one of our callers requested an update on the median in O'Hara. I know that was addressed in the workshop, some of that information. So if we could get that information that was addressed to the caller, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, I attended the Habitat Conservancy meeting. One of the things that was discussed at the Habitat Conservancy meeting was part of the reason for the delay of the Sand Creek Bridge is because Brentwood has a couple of residents that are amorous, that are living in a tree. Very near, within 1,000 feet of the bridge, 2 golden eagles. So it's not crazy people up in the tree, it's golden eagles. And so we're going to have to wait to see if they provide offspring or not and fly away to vacation lands sometime in July. But if you're wondering what the delay might be, that is the delay. Also, I attended the Special Agricultural Enterprise Committee meeting with the Vice Mayor, where we did speak about a request from the Agricultural Enterprise Committee group to potentially make a spectacular use of the current nail property on the other side of Sellers. I attended the Liberty Union District Hall of Fame event where several of our local residents were inducted into the Liberty Union Hall of Fame. I attended the Airport Land Use Commission, and there was conversation regarding the use and the future growth of Byron Airport for industrial use that might provide some tech companies and industry that we're able to partner with in the future. I attended Supervisor Burgess meet and greet with the local Chamber of Commerce and was able to speak with a lot of the residents, business owners, as well as individuals from Bethel Island and Oakley that worked in partnership with Contra Costa Fire Protection District to bring fire protection to Bethel Island area. I also met with Senator Glazer and Assemblyman Grayson at their community event, spoke with Assemblyman Grayson regarding a contingency of our residents that requested meeting with him. And so they will be contacting our residents to have a conversation with him at his office probably sometime next week. I attended the Roy Gary naming of the new 20-year-old gymnasium that Mr. Roy Gary and his family have been part of our Brentwood community and agricultural community for many generations. And so it was a pleasure to be a part of that. I also attended a meeting with a group of medical professionals regarding protection for vulnerable elderly in our community. And I'm going to be working to try to get some state help and attention to protect some of the very most vulnerable residents that we have in our community. Many of them don't have any family or anyone to be an advocate for them, to stand up to protect them. And we want to make sure that they have as good a quality of life as they can, regardless of whether they have family to stand there and protect them. And that is all I have to announce this time. And at this time, we're going to move into consent calendar. Before we go very far in it, I do want to pull items C1 and C3 proclamations.
I make a motion to adopt consent calendar
except for items C1 and C3.
Before we do that, I'd like to pull items C12 and C14.
And to not include C12 and C14.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second to approve the consent items not to include the requested C12 and C14. I have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Excuse me, Mayor. I need to read the title for the ordinance.
Yes.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood amending Chapter 2.04, Council Time and Place of Meeting of the Brentwood Municipal Code in its entirety to amend Sections 2.04.010, Meeting Place Designated and Procedure for Temporary Meeting Place, and 2.04.020, Regular Meeting and Time Designated to, among other things, change the City Council regular meeting days in July, November, and December, and to provide for meetings that fall on election days and meetings that require cancellation due to lack of a quorum.
Okay, so let me repeat what is on the floor. A motion, a first and a second, to accept the consent calendar with the removal of items C1 and C3, but not including items C12 and C14 to be pulled. That is what is on the floor right now. All in favor of that motion, aye.
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 Okay. It is unanimous. We will only be pulling items C1 and C3. And so item C1 is a proclamation proclaiming Thursday, May 4th, 2023 as the National Day of Prayer. And we have Deborah Harrington from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to accept the proclamation. Ms. Harrington, if you could meet me in the front. Thank you so much, Ms. Harrington. If you would like to address the audience and council regarding this proclamation, and then I'll be happy to read it.
Okay, that'll be fine. First of all, I want to thank all of the council members and the city officials who have helped make this proclamation possible. It is an event that began in 1775. It was codified in 1952 and established the first Thursday of every May in 1988. And so I'm very proud to be a citizen in a city that is joining with other cities across the state of California and the state across our nation. On this morning of May 4th, we will be holding a Contra Costa County, East Contra Costa County Day of Prayer breakfast at 2350 Jeffrey Way. And you have received invitations for this event, and we appreciate Mayor Bryant, who will be our keynote speaker that day. And we have interfaith members from Pittsburgh, from Oakley, from Antioch, and from Brentwood, as well as civic leaders, elected and appointed officials that will be joining us. And so all are invited to come. You can register on Eventbrite or let us know that you would like to attend. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. This time I'll read the proclamation. Whereas on April 17th, 1952, President Truman signed a bill proclaiming the National Day of Prayer into law. And whereas in 1972, the National Prayer Committee was formed and went on to create the National Day of Prayer Task Force. And whereas in 1988, President Reagan signed a bill into law decreeing that the National Day of Prayer should be held on the first Thursday of May. And whereas the National Day of Prayer is a day when members of all faiths in the community can pray together in their own way, now therefore be it proclaimed, we, the City Council of the City of Brentwood, do hereby recognize Thursday, May 4th, 2023, as the National Day of Prayer, and invite members of the community to join in observing this day with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Item C3 is a proclamation that is extremely important to me, and I know all of our council members. Somehow, a copy of this proclamation did not make it into this room, and I don't know how that could have happened, because it is a proclamation proclaiming April 30th, May 6th, 2023, through May 6th, 2023, as Municipal Clerks Week. And we have one of the most magnificent city clerks that I've ever had the privilege of knowing and working with, and someone who helps every single one of our family members in so many ways. She was not able to somehow get this proclamation for me to read. And so, yes, if you could read this proclamation, Vice Mayor.
I would be happy to, Mayor. Whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world and is the oldest public servant position. And whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing body, and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal services to all. And whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of their office through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their region, state, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the contributions and accomplishments of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize the week of April 30th through May 6th, 2023 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and extends appreciation to our municipal clerk, Margaret Wimberly, and to all municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent.
Hear, hear. And we do want to also acknowledge Amanda as well, who does an outstanding job. Okay. Moving into business items. Item D1. So, as was the motion that was read, the only two, the item was items C1 and C2, not pulling items 12 and 14. And yes, ma'am, but the motion on the floor was not pulling item 12 and 14.
Okay, there was no confusion whether I wanted 12 and 14 pulled. I got the pull, I asked to pull the two items well before the second on that motion came in. So why are we not going to discuss items 12 and 14 now?
Assistant City Manager, do we have any?
I'm going to ask Assistant City Attorney to ask what the process was.
Attorney.
So a motion was made and a request was made to pull two items, and fairly simultaneously a second was made as to the motion. The mayor read out the motion as only pulling C1 and C3, and that was confirmed as the motion, and a vote was taken on that motion.
When I made my vote, it was asked to the request that was pulled. It was done at I make a first, and then Councilmember Lynn Oerlemans said, "Oh, wait a minute, I'd like to pull C12 and C14," and I only voted into the motion, hearing that he had added that on, that it be pulled. Not,
I understand. I think the issue is that the mayor read back the motion as he understood it, which was to pull items C1 and C3 and to have all of the other items on the consent calendar move forward. And at that point, the vote was taken.
I understand.
You don't understand anything. I'm disgusted with the ability for you to push something forward to make it appear that it's a fair and judicial way of handling an item on a council where we're supposed to be heard. We were voted in by our public, by our constituents, so our voices could be heard. And you're going to sit here and look me in the face and tell me, oh, it was a mistake. That's garbage. That is garbage.
No, sir, it wasn't a mistake.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
It wasn't a mistake.
That is pathetic. That is the most pathetic thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Can we have a break for just a couple minutes? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
We'll have a 5-minute recess. This time we will reconvene a council meeting. Assistant City Attorney.
So an inquiry has been made as to whether or not there's the possibility of reconsideration of the last vote that was taken. Your meeting rules and procedures do indeed carry reconsideration options for a quasi-judicial action, such as C14 would be. Any motion for reconsideration must be made at the same meeting at which the action was taken, at the next regular meeting, or any intervening special meeting. We can go through the steps if there is interest on the council in hearing more about that option.
There's interest to hear about the steps.
Okay. Margaret, perhaps it would be easiest if we put the meeting rules and procedures up on the screen. Do we have an easy way to share a screen? Yeah, let's share Darren's. So I think that first view might have been a little easier to read. There we go. So reconsideration of quasi-judicial actions. Anyone making the motion must have voted with the majority on the question. You all voted in the affirmative, so any one of you would be able to make the motion. Any one of you would be able to second the motion. The motion for reconsideration would have to be approved by a majority vote, so at least 3 of you of the entire council. And in terms of timing, this could be done either this evening at your next regular meeting or any special meeting between now and your next regular meeting. Margaret, I don't believe we have any planned special meetings between now and the council's next regular meeting.
No, we do not.
Okay. This talks about the process for communicating a request to the city manager if you wish to go that route. Otherwise, it could be done this evening if there is the desire to do that. Section 2 talks about if the motion is made and approved at the same meeting and all interested persons are still present, the matter may be reconsidered at that same meeting or at the next regular meeting. No further public notice is required. Here we have not had any additional individuals attend tonight's meeting, I believe, for C14. I could be mistaken if there is anyone here on behalf of the contractor to whom that award might be let. Feel free to identify yourself, but I don't believe that is the case. So if the motion to reconsider is made and approved at the same meeting, there can be certain rights if certain individuals are missing, but that does not appear to be the case here. So that would be for item C14.
Can I ask for clarification?
Yes.
So one of the 3 that passed the motion has to do it? Is that what you said?
So all 5 of you voted for the motion, so any of you could make the motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Yes. It would need a second. Anyone could be a second. It would need 3 votes to actually be reconsidered.
So then I can now make a motion to reconsider 12 and 14 or just 14?
So 14 is quasi-judicial in nature. These are the rules for quasi-judicial actions. Item number 12 is a purchase order, which is more legislative in nature. So that's section B, which you see on the screen. That can be done at any regular or special meeting, and the noticing and scheduling would have to be done properly. For this item, C12, I'm looking to Chief Herbert. I don't believe there was any particular noticing that had to be done for the award of this purchase order, so I believe that one could also be acted on tonight.
Okay, so I make a motion to reconsider item C14. The Is that the proper way to do that?
Yes, you could do that. You would need a second.
I second.
Can I make a point of clarification?
Yes.
Your request for 12 can also be heard.
I had already heard the answer to 12. I was doing it just for the public to hear the answer to 12. I'm fine with it either way, but
Just
thank you.
trying to make
14.
So we have a request for a clarification, reconsideration of item 14. We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 All opposed?
No.
Okay.
No.
It is 3-2. Item 14.
The only thing I would like item 14 is to be moved to the May 9th meeting so that we can discuss it after the items that come to the May 9th meeting on the CIP project.
But this has been a 5-year project, so I'm ready to let it happen and let
It's
it go.
5 years. What's another 2 weeks?
I'm ready to just get it done. I mean, these poor residents have been put through the ringer, and we've worked really, really hard on this, so I would like to get it done. So, yeah.
I would like to actually ask Darren, because we have been receiving emails for 5 years now about this project. I'd like to ask Darren if you can recall how many times we've already confirmed and committed to this project.
So the city council has not awarded a contract, but I think the staff report mentioned, I think at least 5 different times where it has been discussed as part of a CIP, as part of a workshop, strategic initiative, and council meetings. So I don't know off the top of my head how many, but I think there's been at least 5 times where it's been discussed to continue moving forward with the process. And then tonight, what this is actually awarding a contract for the work.
And the first time we committed to moving this project forward, do you recall?
Was in as relates to the strategic initiative, that occurred in, I believe it's late fall of 2021.
And can you confirm how much of a reduction in the overall cost estimate we are now seeing in this project?
So as part of the council's direction, they set aside $600,000 for this project. I think today, Casey, about round numbers, $30,000 or $40,000 have been expended. And then this contract is about $10,000 less than what the engineer's estimate was. And then there might be some additional costs that Public Works will incur for permitting and other things. Casey, might you have an idea of what the total cost of the project would be? So that would give the Vice Mayor, I guess, a true answer to your question about it, based upon the $600,000 set aside and what might be left over at the end.
Sure, including the contingency, we think this project's going to cost around $435,000 in total.
Thank you. I'd like to point out, too, that there were some what appears to be scare tactics at one point, talking about how this could go into the millions because of supply and demand problems. I'd also like to point out that it was mentioned at a previous meeting that this impacted one household, which we know as for a fact, having seen commenters tonight and the multiple comments that we've received in public comment via email, that it's much more than one. It's a whole block, and that's counting the direct contact or the direct impact, not the lesser impact. So I very strongly feel like, I don't know how many times we have to approve this contract or approve this project, I should say, and how many times we're going to go back on our word. I think it's reprehensible that we're even considering it. This is a project that has been worked very, very hard by the residents, some sitting here, some not. They've gone to the state on behalf of this process. They've worked with Fraser, they've worked with Caltrans. They've done every single thing they could possibly do to protect not only their quality of life because of noise problems, but to protect their family's health. We have doctor's notes from a resident. We have complaints about not being able to sleep, about respiratory issues, about not being able to play outside, about dust inside houses. I actually had a meeting with this resident and several neighbors a couple of months ago and heard it for myself. There's no way I would be able to sleep in that house. I've seen the mitigations that were attempted through the windows, did not work. They were very shoddy. I've sat in the backyard and tried to enjoy some peace. There is none. sitting in the house with all of the windows closed, far away from the wall, there's no peace in that house. Cortona, which is down the street, has a much higher wall. You can very clearly see where this dipped. This is a mistake the city made. This is a mistake that needs to be fixed. It's unfair to the residents to have had to deal with this. The disclosures they received were not sufficient. Again, I don't see any reason to halt this yet again and let them down and break promises again when the city needs to take care of this. They've done everything they could possibly do to advocate for themselves and their neighbors and their families and their entire Sienna community, and we need to listen and do something about it. This is ridiculous.
I think that.
Sorry.
First and foremost, I want to say that by requesting for it to be continued is not an attack on residents, their quality of life. It is also making sure that we are financially and fiscally responsible, which is what comes up at every, there's comments about, I hope the new council members are studying, watching every video, going back and watching videos, sitting in staff meetings, going back and looking at all of the sound studies over and over and taking into consideration, yes, the medical notes, and also taking into consideration information that was received today that I never found in any of the materials received if we go back over the past 4 or 5 years, like disclosures, that the residents were given disclosures, that the city requested that the disclosures be given, that when they moved in, there would be noise pollutant, that Highway 4 would be expansive. Those disclosures came to us today. The other thing that I want to make very clear is that there was the talk about the scare tactics. Well, there's been something that's been said on this diocese that I like to correct legally. I have not found anything in any documentation that the city did anything wrong, that the city violated or did something. Based on the sound reports and a lot of the presentations that were given, it was that the city met the state's standards. The city met the federal standards. I didn't see anything there where specifically the city violated or didn't meet its municipal code, didn't meet any of the state regulations on the decibels that it should be. The decibels are still lower than the state's regulations. So I'm not seeing that there is any violations that the city did anything wrong. The other thing that I'm looking at is that 5 years ago, were we talking about the cost of the sports complex being raised, a potential of $5.4 million, that this project may not be able to go forward. Another thing we need to talk about, yes, I know it's been brought about retirement, but the retirement that we owe, the amount that we are going to owe over years, making sure that we protect our 30% cushion that we have here. All of those things need to be taken in consideration when you sit in this seat. There's a lot of things to be taken in consideration. I don't want to end up like Stockton, where we're going into bankruptcy. I don't want to see our residents have to struggle at the quality of life to have things fixed or not be fixed. And at some point, if we raise the sound wall 3 feet, that's 3 more decibels, right? According to the sound study. The sound study also said 3 more decibels will not even be, they will not even hear it. The human ear cannot even see the change. So then what happens after we raise it 3 feet and then we still don't see an effect? Because basically, at the end of the day, those houses are right on the freeway, like all along Sand Creek. How far do we go up on the sound wall? Because on that sound study, further down Sound Creek, there were issues with the decibels of sound. So if the 3 feet don't work, then will we be here next year for another $400,000 for 3 more feet? And then the year after that for three more feet? Absolute empathy, but also taking in consideration, we just did an approval of houses sitting right on the railroads. What's going to happen when that sound wall is not high enough? Is the city going to expend another $400,000 to raise those walls or keep paying for these things? There were mitigating factors, and yes, I appreciate that our vice mayor sat and really took a hands-on approach. I appreciate that. That is something that I wish we were all afforded the opportunity and the time to do it. But at the same time, there are other things financially we have to appreciate. Sitting in this seat, we have to take into consideration. And the only thing that I'm asking is I would like to be fully informed before I make a full decision. Fully informed means that that May 9th, there is a CIP presentation, and I'd like to hear from
from Mr. Brin about where we are financially with all our CIP projects, including this one. And if we need to cut other projects, get rid of them, maybe this one go forward and there's other projects, or how we can creatively think about ways to make sure that we're serving all of our residents in the city.
We do have a motion on the floor.
I make a motion for a resolution approving the contract documents, awarding the bid, and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute a construction contract and necessary documents for the sound wall project.
Second.
I'm sorry, that is not a recognized motion. There is currently a motion that is on the floor with
What
first.
motion's on the floor?
The one I made.
The-
I didn't hear you make a motion.
I made a motion to move it to May 9th.
So the,
Oh, then I make a substitute motion, a
okay,
resolution.
I'm sorry.
Can't I make a substitute motion?
As the chair, there's a motion on the floor.
I think, what are the processes for a substitute motion?
We don't follow Robert's Rules of Procedure or parliamentary procedure in that way. We had a first. I will confess, I don't know if we had a second. Councilmember Pearson had seconded. So there's a live motion on the floor for your consideration.
So this, before I take the motion, it's very important for me. First of all, I do want to thank all of the families that are here. This has been something that this council and the previous council, the two previous councils, had addressed and have spent, and the city has spent a lot of time and effort to find ways to actually remedy the issue. And I understand that there is a lot of personal impact, not only on the Dash family, but others have been impacted in several ways, emotionally, physically, and potentially financially. At the same time, it's very important for me that a full council has an opportunity to have an equal discussion with all the current information. I cannot tell you right now all of the information that is available to discuss that would either, well, I'm going to stop there because the limitations of how this is presented in our agenda, it limits it very specifically, the item C14 on in essence, a yes or no vote tonight. But what the motion is on the floor is the reconsideration to move it to the next city council meeting after
Can I make a comment real quick? I got a call from someone that you got a call from too. And what I was told from this person was that staff is slow walking certain items. This is one of them. And when you say it's been here for 2 council worth, you're being slow walked. We're all being slow walked. And also the same with the adaptive recreation info report. That one I was told specifically, it's sitting on a shelf and you're being slow walked. I think that the reason this has been through 2 councils is because it's being slow walked. And I understand that you would like for 2 new council people to have all the information. But at some point, I mean, we've been hearing about this forever. And I get what you're saying, but you're always going to have new people with new agendas. And we made a promise. And I get it. $20 million. This is way overpriced. It has an 18% contingency when we should only be doing 10. You can go line item by line item. This is not a bid for $20 million. This is an engineer's estimate. We just had an engineer's estimate come in below 10%. So $378,000 is, you and I both know that is completely doable and it's manageable. We came in $1.2 million over budget last year because of timing of permits. So we have $600,000 right now in stabilization that was supposed to be in this year's budget that we could have used for this. So I understand what you're saying, but the money is there for this. It's been there for this for a long time. And at some point we gotta pull the trigger on this, Joel. And I'm going to be super disappointed if we do this again to them after two councils have slow walked this.
Well, it's my understanding and if I can get some clarification of certainty on this, that on the 9th, the council will be able to make a definitive motion as to what we are going to move forward with financing and what we are not.
Joel, you and I both know that what Tony and Pat Tanisha want to do is kill this project. They've wanted to kill it from their first meeting. Let's not be naive about that.
And let's not be naive.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We can continue to call names and make each other try and feel bad.
Listen,
Make each other feel bad.
Enough, please. We have committed that we are going to behave professionally up here. There will be times when things are very emotional, but I have confidence in every one of you that you can behave yourselves with respect, self-respect, and professionalism, because our residents are owed that from us. We have all agreed that, and I, as the chair, expect us to behave on such a manner. May I have an answer to my question, please?
If the motion was to continue to the 9th, this would be on the city council meeting at the 9th.
Would we be able to make an ultimate decision on the 9th?
Correct. It would be, what would be on the council meeting for the 9th is the exact same item as time, which is awarding the contract as discussed in the staff report. And it would be on the consent agenda unless we were told otherwise.
Okay, thank you. So the potential of moving it past the 9th is something that I do not see happening, because I do want to be as uniformly fair as possible to all council members. I would do this for every single council person up here. I'm going to ask for the vote that for the motion on the floor to move this item to the 9th. There is a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, it's 3-2. The motion passes. We will hear this on the 9th. Item D1. The next item pertains to the construction of duets for affordable units, and Sylvia Elias will present. Sylvia.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. At the May 26, 2022 City Council meeting, information was presented regarding the by right development of affordable units in very low to medium density zones and the discretionary approval of duets, duplexes, triplexes, or fourplexes on corner lots within single-family areas of all zoning districts. At the same meeting, the City Council briefly discussed the construction of duet units for the city's affordable housing program. The City Council discussed the possible removal of the option to construct duet units and only allow single-family units on separate lots for the program, or require developers to build duet units for the city's affordable housing program on corner lots only. The current ordinance allows the construction of duets, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes for the program. Tonight, staff would like to provide a brief overview on these types of units in the city's program, and at the conclusion of the presentation, staff will ask the City Council for direction to whether amend the ordinance for the option to construct these types of units for the affordable housing program, or keep the current option in the city's affordable housing ordinance regarding these types of units. The City Council requests staff to provide more information and to determine the legal feasibility of removing the option of by right development of duets in very low, low, and medium density zoning districts to satisfy the city's affordable housing requirements. Determine the legal feasibility of limiting discretionary development of duets to corner lots only. And determine the feasibility of adding additional design requirements to ensure that affordable duet homes blend in with market rate homes in the same subdivision. The City Council requested staff to provide more information and to determine if removing by right duet development, in addition to the Housing Accountability Act, which is part of the planning and zoning law, which prohibits the local agency from disapproving approval in a manner that renders infeasible a housing development project for very low, low, or moderate income households unless the local agency makes specified written findings. SB 330 prevents local governments from downzoning unless they upzone an equivalent amount of housing elsewhere. Adding a discretionary approval process for the development of duets where currently allowed by right could lead to a decrease in the potential number of units in the development, which could conflict with this aspect of state law. Limiting discretionary development of units to corner lots only. Rather than considering a case-by-case basis, may decrease flexibility in the design of projects and may reduce the number of units built in a development, which may conflict with the downzoning provisions of SB 330. Adding additional design requirements. SB 330 prohibits cities from adopting or enforcing new design review standards established after January 1st, 2020, if the standards are not objective. In addition, the state density bonus law may also affect design requirements as it eliminates the ability of local governments to disapprove a developer's request for an incentive, concession, waiver, or modification of development standards. Currently, the ordinance allows for the construction of duets for very low to medium density zoning as a means to provide massing and lot proportions consistent with the residential development. As a flexible design standard, the current ordinance also allows the modification of city standards and design guidelines for affordable units to include the construction of duets. The current ordinance states, by right duet development, where the Affordable Housing Ordinance allows the developers to opt to build duets to satisfy their affordable housing obligation in very low to medium density zoning districts, and the discretionary development of duets on corner lots, or separately in all zoning districts with single-family areas. The ordinance allows the City Council or Planning Commission to choose whether to modify city standards and design guidelines for affordable units. The city's Affordable Housing Ordinance also requires that affordable units be comparable to market rate units in exterior design, quality, and overall construction. Types of units in the city's affordable housing program are single-family units, townhomes, duet units, and a fourplex. The next slides are examples of duet units constructed for the city's program for ownership and rental. These are the ownership units. These are the rental units. This concludes the presentation. As detailed in the staff report, staff recommends not making any changes to the duet requirements in the Affordable Housing Ordinance at this time. Thank you.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time regarding this item?
So we had talked a lot about this, about why, I mean, I know you're saying we can't do singles. I don't understand why we can't do singles if the math would be this, it's zoned for what it's zoned for. We're not down zoning. We wouldn't be giving any more or any less, right? Like if you're zoned for 30, you do the math on the 30. You don't do the math on the potential with the duets. So how is that down zoning?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by singles?
Like if I do a single versus a duet,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
I think if I'm understanding, that y'all are saying that that would be down zoning.
So in the by right context, that's not necessarily down zoning. So in the discretionary context, if we exercised our discretion in a way that netted a fewer number of units, then that could be construed as down zoning. So if the numbers stay the same, as you said, that's not the issue. But if we amended our ordinance in such a way that we create a provision where there's no flexibility that could result in fewer units because we're using our discretion, then that could be down zoning. So it's not going to happen in every instance, right? It's whether or not we codify a rule that would result in that. The other section, so there's two sections dealing with the duets in the ordinance. The other section allows them by right anywhere in the project. They may build them without the discretion. So if we change that by right to another discretionary action, then that could result in fewer units if a council decided they didn't want those duets in that location. There could be a net reduction in units if it went from by right to a discretionary action. So there's no guarantee how these ordinance changes might be exercised. So all we're telling you is that under the provisions of SB 330, there could be a result that might be in conflict with SB 330.
Do we have an example like of a math problem where that would happen? Because if it's based on the total zoning, like if you're zoned for 100 houses and it's 13%, it's 130 no matter what, right? Whether they're duets or they're singles.
So not everyone proposes the maximum or, every project's going to, so the zoning could be a range, right? So every project is going to propose a number of units based on their map and their lot sizes. And then we have our 13% of that unit mix. So if they have 100, I'm going to use 100 because I'm not as good at math as
100's easy.
Yeah, 130, not so easy. So if they propose 100 units and 13% of those have to be affordable, the affordable housing ordinance says that 13% mix, the first clause says that 13% mix can be allocated and distributed throughout your subdivision. Okay, so if you have 100 units, 13% of those are affordable, easy peasy. 113. Well, no, of the 100, 13% are affordable. It's not a density bonus. So
Okay,
that it's 100% max in our ordinance.
Okay.
The bonus comes as a whole separate. So 100. Okay, 13% of the 100 have to be affordable. The layout of those units can affect the total number. So if we say you cannot have any duets unless they're on a corner. If I only have one corner in my 30-unit subdivision, then that could possibly mean I only get 98 units or 99 units, okay, because I only have one corner. If I have 5 corners and I can put I might get to my 100. But if any of those design requirements reduce that 100 to 99, 98, because we don't have the right number of lots per our standards, that could be seen as a reduction in the overall density of the project. It may not happen in every circumstance, but this rule is going to apply to every project no matter how it's laid out.
So what if I don't do the corner and I say they have to be single units? That won't reduce the total number, correct?
If you say no, duets are not an option under the affordable program.
The net number of houses is the same for the development.
So yes, I think we would be okay under the first provision, where we may get into problems if the folks are asking for concessions under the ordinance. So a concession could be lot size or setbacks. So we would need to look at that second provision of the code. If we say no duets are allowed as a flexible standard, might be a little bit in conflict with the housing element, and could be a little in conflict if anyone can construe that as reducing the number. So concessions through density bonus is a whole nother process. But under our ordinance, there's the concession section. We'd have to look carefully and make sure that that's not in conflict if we said you can have concessions but for lot sizes, for example.
And then my other thing is, let's say I have to do duets. I can't go back on the duets. My goal is always to get more affordable housing wherever I can get it. So what if we did, you have to do single homes, or you can do the duets, but instead of getting 2 credits, you only get like 75% credit. So we'll give you, so for example, in a project of where like the last one I looked at, we gave them 8 affordable housing units. It would give me 2 more, right? Because it's 10.66, and I think they can round down. Would there be an option of that kind of negotiation, either a 1-to-1 or the duet with a 75% credit on each unit?
Well, I think if we amended our percentages in that way, or our requirements, so a duet counts as 75% of a unit, right? Not a whole unit is what you're saying?
Yeah.
we would just have to change our tables in there, and we would still have to ensure that that's not going to introduce a net reduction in anyone's project. I haven't seen that provision in other affordable, inclusionary housing ordinances. So, I mean, I think
find a way to get more affordable housing.
Sure. Well, our 13% is our 13%,
yes.
Right? So the composition of those units, it's all going to add up to 13%.
Yeah, but if I'm only giving you 75% credit for each one, 8 units now turns into 10.66.
Right. So then that's why I'm saying our percentages might have to change in our ordinance.
Okay.
So our 13% is a max, right? It's a cap. So if you introduce standards that get us to 13.5% for a project, then we just also may have to change those percentages in the ordinance to have a new cap, right?
No, because I want to keep the 13% flat.
Okay.
13% stays flat. It's the inputs to that 13%. So instead of being 1 credit so 1 duet would be 2 credits, right? Instead of it being 2 credits, it's 0.75 plus 0.75.
So because we're building actual units, we don't consider them as credits. So you can't build 0.75 of a unit. The ordinance requires you to build a unit, right? So it's not really a credit.
But if I'm a developer and I have the option, I can build 8 single units, or I can build these duets in this way, and this is cheaper for me because I'm selling 10 homes versus the 8. So for their P&L purposes, they're actually end up making more money, but they provide us more affordable housing. They might opt for that.
So if you increase the number of units, so if the 100 becomes 102 units under your
No, it's still they can still do 100.
Right.
But now it's going to be, instead of 8, 10 of it is the affordable, 90 is their thing. So I don't know. I was just trying to figure out a way to get more affordable housing.
So under the 13%, they could ask to build 8 to 10 duets already to lower their costs. And they often do propose the duets to lower their costs. So we don't mandate duets. When they propose them, it's because the developer's proposing them because they are more cost effective for them, right? So they could propose, let's say their obligation is 10, they could propose all 10 of them duets as long as they meet the different affordability ranges that we require, right?
And we don't get an option, right? Like if they say duets, we can't say, no, we want singles.
Under the first clause, no, by right, they can propose those duets and we have no discretion over that. The second clause is if they're asking for concessions from setbacks, lot coverage, building height, lot size in order to make the affordable units more affordable to them, they have to demonstrate that that truly results in affordability for them, and council can say yes or no to that request in that context. So you can say, we don't think these duets will save you any money, we want single homes in that context. But the other context of the first provision in the ordinance, they can propose duets by right, and we're not, unless I can't think of a finding that we would be able to make under the ordinance to say no in that first clause.
Okay.
I know it's confusing because it's in 2 separate parts of the ordinance. It's 2 different mechanisms of the developer coming to us and asking for duets.
Okay, I think that's, yeah.
Katie,
Yeah, just to chime in real quickly. And I think we might run into some legal hurdles trying to recognize a duet as 0.75, not a full unit. So that's something you'd probably want us to look into a little bit more before we traveled much further down that road. Okay.
What about fourplexes? Do we have any discretion over those? The approval, I mean?
It's the same concept, right? So whether it's a duet, triplex, or fourplex, the first provision of the code says you may build those. The second provision is they're asking for some sort of concession on lot sizes or setbacks to result in that kind of unit.
And then the discretion on the corner lots and the design standards. Can you clarify what kind of rights we have there? What kind of ability to deny or to
restrict only to corner lots? So council can certainly amend the ordinance to do that. It just may come in conflict with SB 330 if there were a project where that would result in a net decrease in units. So every project's not the same, right? So under the second provision, you have discretion. If you're requesting these
concessions because of affordability and you want duet units, we want them all in the corner lots. You can state that through the process. But mandating it under the first provision to only be on corner lots could be problematic if there is a project that just can't accommodate the same number of units on corner lots.
Thank you. The addition of design standards to promote blending in, could that end up being a problem for us when it comes to their flexible design standards that are allowable?
Not necessarily if they're objective. So that's the only type of standard we can apply going forward is something that's objectively written. So we need objective standards and we are developing those. So that wouldn't be problematic if the standards that we adopt that affect duets or triplexes or fourplexes are objective.
And until we have those permanent design standards, are we at risk of applications coming in currently? Okay.
Yeah, so that's why it's such an urgent item for staff is as long as we don't have them, we're vulnerable. So that's why we would like interim standards to be adopted before July 1st if council agrees with what we present, and then spend some quality time developing the permanent objective standards.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions of staff before we move on? Okay, seeing none, this time we will open public comments.
If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the form provided at the back of the room. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And no public comments were received on this item prior to the meeting. I do have one speaker card in person from Danny Dorman.
And we're either going to do it or developers are going to take over. Speaking of sucking, what I saw earlier was appalling. Council member getting up and leaving. If Katie might be able to tell, but I thought if somebody just up and left, they couldn't come back. He should have stayed out there. He left of his own volition. There was no recess or anything like that. So therefore, had he not been back, we wouldn't be talking about what it is I'm getting ready to talk about, which is the wall. Councilmember Pearson, you want to talk about how many hundreds of thousands of dollars? Think of, oh no, I already mentioned, I'll keep going back to D1 if you think you're going to stop me with that. And rest assured, I'm doing it for 2, 3, and 4. So, Councilwoman Pearson, ask how many hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent during the last 5 years. They have spent more in this in the last 5 years than it would cost to actually build it. So the fact that you guys even brought it up, and let me not even start about the Brown Act. I'm going to bring that up next time because you two always seem to tag team on something. And I'm hoping one other person even got a whiff so Katie can do some Brown Act stuff. Oh, and by the way, Councilmember Pearson, I'm going to start a drinking game for every time you refer to yourself as an attorney. I really am. I'll see you in a bit.
I have one hand raised in Zoom. I have no further speaker cards in person. I'll call in Marisol Vallis. Marisol, go ahead.
Oh my God, Danny, that was hilarious. I don't even know where to begin because this is unscripted. Tony, you should be so ashamed of yourself. I cannot believe that this happened tonight. Joel, Patanisha, freaking unbelievable. I'm shaking. This is ridiculous. This has been going on for 5 years. Patanisha and Tony, if you haven't gone on the bandwagon yet or listened to everything, again, this is why you guys are constantly in the hot seat, because this is unacceptable. You have just ruined people's lives in Brentwood. And I don't even understand how you're sitting in those seats right now. I am livid. Thank you, Susanna. Thank you to my sister Jovita for actually having the ability to stand up for residents. Tony, why are you so stuck on this wall? I do not understand. You should be here for the residents, and clearly you are not. And I hope the two of you are ready for your reelection, because this is ridiculous. Absolutely. I'm shaking in how you just hurt. You hurt residents in Brentwood because I don't even know why. Because you were uneducated, you were uninformed, because you don't have the time to have listened to the last 5 years of city council meetings, and you want another 2 weeks? Oh, what's another 2 weeks, as Pat Tanisha said? Ridiculous. You should have been prepared for this already. And Joel, how did you not vote for this? How did you not stand with those people off the highway? I don't understand. I'm just so disappointed. My heart is breaking. Shame on you.
I have one more hand raised. Ian Cohen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, I just want to say, Susana and Jovita, thank you both for being what we need in this city. I logged into this meeting to, listen and during my homework, and you two are the saving graces to this city. I cannot thank both of you enough for the way you both treat everyone in the city. And to the three, I'm sorry, but come on. You're kidding me, are you? I'm sorry, but I trusted everyone on here, and now I have to rethink who I trust. And also, I'm really mad about one comment. Do not compare us to Stockton. I grew up in a city like Stockton, Albuquerque. You shall not compare Brentwood to Stockton. Brentwood is amazing. Our staff will make sure we never get anywhere close to bankruptcy. Our staff have won how many financial awards to make sure we don't get a dollar near bankruptcy? No recession, nothing will hurt this city at all. So I don't want to hear anything like, oh, we might end up like Stockton. No, we will not end up like Stockton, like Oakland, or like any other city. I grew up in a very crappy city, and I'm lucky to be in the city of Brentwood. Like I say, it's better in Brentwood. The Susana Jovita proves that. Our staff proves that. But you three, you know who you are? Please, just do better. I'm not kidding. Do better. Just next meeting, be better. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. First, I wanted to thank Councilmember Mendoza for always asking really thoughtful, well-prepared, and intelligent questions of staff on items such as the one we just heard. This is a huge issue, not just for the city of Brentwood, but for a lot of cities across California who are grappling with this and who are trying to find ways to build more affordable housing without any state help and without any consideration from the builders. So thank you so much for that. And I also want to thank Susana and Jovita for standing up for those residents who have been grappling with this for 5 years, who have put in their blood, sweat, and tears into presenting what their situation is and what their daily reality is. And, what it's so difficult to just put it into words until you've lived in their situation. The city did make a mistake when they rezoned the houses for 3 floors versus 2 floors and then didn't adjust the wall accordingly. There was a mistake made there, and it definitely needs to get fixed. And I certainly hope that it will get fixed at the next meeting, because those residents have gone through hell and back, and it's enough. I know that Councilmember Oerlemans and Councilmember Patnisha are resisting the message that when a city council makes a promise, that promise needs to be kept. And looking forward at other projects is fine. I think that's great. Yeah, look at all the projects that are on the books, but this one was already budgeted. So it's time to move forward. And the next meeting, May 9th, will definitely be very well attended. You're going to get a flood of letters. And I really hope you listen to what residents are trying to tell you. Please listen to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more or two more hands raised. I'll call on Ann, followed by Cinziana. Ann, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. First and foremost, I want to say that the caller continuously stated that she did not understand. One thing she stated is that she did not understand how Tony and Pontanisha, and named them by their first name, would even be sitting there. Does she not know the process that the people voted them to be there? Also, for the caller who indicated that he was insulted by Pontanisha making reference to Stockton, she was not indicating that Brentwood is like Stockton. She was indicating that she did not want Brentwood to be in the position that Stockton has been in and that Stockton is currently in. So I think what we need to understand is that we're here to make remarks, but not to insult the council members. One caller indicated that she doesn't know what their education is or that they're not educated. Do you even know what their education is? I don't think so. And if you did, you would not make that stupidity, that statement, which is far left, far right, far underneath, far over, far nowhere. So let's just stick to what's important and stop insulting the council members. We don't have time for nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor. Cinziana, go ahead.
All I have to say, shame on all three of you, including you, Mr. Mayor. I trusted you, and you managed somehow with sweet words to turn around my opinion about you. But as one of your even business associates said, you are a wolf in a sheep's clothing. And you proved it tonight. And the two new council members, shame on you. You do not represent Brentwood. If you want to be true to yourself and keep your campaign promises, just act on it. We knew, at least personally, I knew you are lying. And you continue to lie to your residents and do damage to the city. So shame on all three of you. And I hope, I can't zoom in, but I'm pretty sure you're smirking because that's what's expected from people who are not true to themselves. On top of that, poor Anne. She's always asked to, I'm wondering how much is she paid to read the script? Really? And if she truly believes and she's part of this city, we believe in transparency. My name is Cinziana Todor. Carolina Villaseca, her name is out there. She's just Anne. What does she have to hide? Who is she? So just something to keep in mind. She always spoke at people who have been here and dedicated time for research to speak and influence decisions that are best for this community. Turned out to be best, proven to be the best decisions for this community. And she keeps poking at us, defending a college diploma. A college diploma does not make anyone smarter. Being part of this community and dedicated your sweat and energy and time, that's what makes you a good leader and a pillar of this community. Not just reading a script in legalese and, trying to defend people who do not care and try to undo all the good that's been done so far for people who really believe in this city. Again, put their heart and soul to make this place better for people like Patnisha to move her family here and enjoy this life.
The speaker's time had expired. I have no additional hands raised.
At this time, we will close public comment, move into council discussion on this item. I did have a question, Alexis, regarding this. Under the second component of this, this still allows us as a city to, and as a council to, if they're wanting some changes to setbacks and things like that, we can still request or require them to do provide additional amenities as well as part of that negotiating process. Further sidewalks, further frontage, different things that would have a nexus to their project that might not be originally in this.
Unfortunately, no. So what they're going under that second clause, what they would be asking for is a concession from a development standard. So a taller structure or a smaller rear setback. And they would have to demonstrate that they need to do that in order to make the project pencil out or be fiscally sustainable in order to provide that affordable housing and meet our requirement. Under other laws, we're not allowed to exceed nexus requirements, particularly if projects are just straight zoning. They're not asking for plan development rezones. There's no development agreement involved, that sort of thing. So them asking us for concessions doesn't then allow us to negotiate other aspects of their project. It's strictly related to providing those affordable units, and they're demonstrating the ability that they need those concessions in order to do that. That makes sense.
Thank you. Yes. Any further discussion on this item?
I just want to make another comment against the state. The whole restriction of parking requirements, the reduction of parking requirements, it just continues to blow my mind that if we're looking at lower income housing, affordable housing, where there are more likely to be more than one worker in a family, more than one car, the percentage of super commuters that we have and the insufficient public transit system, I cannot believe that they would be pushing us to reduce our parking requirements. It just makes no sense to me. Just a comment. Thanks.
So one of the things I looked at this and had sent a question. I don't know if it made it for the public viewing, a question to Director Morris regarding the objective design standards. And when they be coming out, I thank you for tonight presenting that that's going to happen on or before July 1st. The reason why I thought about that was, and I wanted to make clarity before possibly making a motion. I know our hands are really tight on D1 as it pertains to this was broken down, and this report was phenomenal. Thank you. And I was so happy to see my hyperlinks. But as to part 1 and 2, understandably hands tied. I did think that part 2 thwarts our ability to make progress if we're just putting the restricting duets to the corners. It kind of thwarts our progress to move towards more affordable housing. But number 3, I do think that we do need additional design standards, design requirements for duets to ensure the blend in our neighborhoods. And in saying so, once the time comes up for a motion, I would prefer not to make a decision tonight on number 3 and to move it into the future after we see the objective design standards to then make changes at that time. Is that possible to do that?
Yes, so the objective design standards are going to be developed in collaboration with the Planning Commission, City Council, and the public. So it's an iterative process, so there'll be drafts for people to react to and provide feedback. The interim standards, because we're trying to get something in place at the bare minimum by July 1st. They may not be the ultimate standards. They may look like it, or there may be a lot more. But there will be standards related to the affordable duets in both the interim and ultimately the final. So there will be plenty of opportunities to weigh in on how those standards read. The guideline will strictly be they have to be objective, right? So that'll be the feedback that we give throughout as we're developing the guidelines, is whatever we come up with has to be objective per the law. So interim, there'll be less of an iterative process because of the time constraints that we're under. By the July 1st deadline, there will be opportunities to weigh in, but not necessarily have multiple meetings and discussions if we wanted to meet that July 1st deadline.
And I apologize. I just looked down at the red agenda, and what I'm requesting is on as a part of the motion. So.
And one thing, to mention is we did a lot, council did a lot of work on this ordinance last year to increase the affordability. There are other ways we can visit affordable housing that aren't constrained by state law. And so if council wants us to take a look at other things, that could be done through future agenda item requests, staff time and materials, that sort of thing. So there are other ways to address the production of affordable housing that aren't necessarily in conflict with SB 330 or downzoning provisions and that sort of thing.
But you're not talking about inclusionary.
It could be changes to this ordinance. It could be incentives for certain types of units. The council would rather see X type of units than others. That might net more affordable housing. Those are some of the programs and policies in our housing element already. So I don't want to paint a bleak picture that there's there's nothing that we can do to address affordable housing. Just in the context of what council asked, we're fairly restricted by SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act. But
so if I make the motion, one thing we talked about is looking at the possibility of like if we do singles and the 75% credit for duets, I think we talked about maybe there's an option for that, to look at that and then add.
Sorry. So I'm just revisiting what the agenda says to see where we are. The description in the agenda is fairly specific as to what you all had asked to reconsider. Mm-hmm. So I hate to do it, but if you want us to explore that would probably better fit as a future agenda item, just because it's not really included with the ambit of this title.
So, and then what she just mentioned, should I put that together, like explore other avenues to increase affordable housing as a future agenda item, including, other ways to calculate it, like credits or whatever for duets, and then other levers that we could be pulling?
Unless Director Morris feels differently, it might be helpful to staff to have these particular issues closed out at this point. So we have council's final direction on these few items. And then if you have future requests, we could address them that way. Unless, Ms. Morris, do you feel otherwise?
Well, no, procedurally, I think we have to be specific to this item. And then, as I said, council could, if council wishes, direct staff to spend time, through the normal agenda process. One thing that I might also recommend is something going back to LUD to refine what that request might be, if that's council's wish. Council could direct something to LUD to look at. So there's so much to talk about. There's a whole universe. So it'd be really hard for staff to come back unless we had more precise direction in a way that would be helpful to you. So, if council would like to look at incentives for affordable housing or increasing the percentage and all those things, it would be helpful to have precise direction, and then staff could provide a more meaningful product to council.
Okay, then I think, unless anyone else has any comments, I think this one's good. Can I just make a motion to continue our affordable housing program as exists, or do you want me to read all as it exists today?
It would be helpful to have council's words on the record.
Okay. I move to follow staff's recommendation to keep the option to allow developers to build duet units on any lot in the subdivision as an option to satisfy a project's affordable housing requirement, not limit duets to only corner lots, and not make any changes to the affordable housing ordinance's design standards at this time, but wait for the objective design standards that are in progress.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye. Yes.
Aye. Opposed? It's unanimous. Move into item D2. Next item pertains to the management of shopping carts and commercial property maintenance. And Robbie Portillo Beneman. Robbie.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Tonight's item is to discuss the proposal of two new ordinances to be added to the Brentwood Municipal Code. The first is pertaining to lost, stolen, or abandoned shopping carts, and the second is regarding commercial property maintenance. The purpose in creating these new regulations is first and foremost that we do not have adequate regulations to address the uniqueness of commercial properties. And also we don't have an ordinance in effect at all with regard to shopping carts. So we need a mechanism in place to address lost, stolen, or abandoned shopping carts, as well as the maintenance of commercial properties, as I said. We'd also like to provide greater clarity regarding the property owner's responsibilities as well as business owners' responsibilities and provide better enforcement tools for staff. Staff's recommendation tonight is to introduce and waive the first reading of the two new ordinances, Chapter 5.74, lost, stolen, or abandoned shopping carts, as well as Chapter 8.38 for commercial property maintenance. To give you some background, as I mentioned, the Brentwood Municipal Code currently does not have language specific to address abandoned, lost, or stolen shopping carts. And our property maintenance regulations are quite inadequate. We do have some generally applicable municipal code sections that we can apply towards commercial properties, but we have more specific needs with regard to commercial properties. And we currently have that in place for residential, but not yet for commercial. City staff needs these additional tools for enforcement due to lack of clear regulations and to ensure timely compliance. City staff has worked in collaboration with outside counsel as well as our own city attorney's office to draft these clearly understood and enforceable requirements. We have also looked at other cities to see what they're doing and try to use them as a model. The appearance and maintenance of commercial properties impact property values and the general quality of life of city residents, visitors to our city, and it can also impact our efforts towards economic development. The maintenance of, or lack of, maintenance for commercial properties can either encourage or discourage potential businesses from wanting to start a business here in Brentwood. Voluntary compliance is our goal. An important aspect of that is outreach, and I will touch upon that. So I'll start with the lost, stolen, or abandoned shopping carts. These abandoned carts can be located off the premises of business establishments, and they can interfere with pedestrian and traffic access. They can end up in our streets, sidewalks, parks, ravines, and other public areas. They substantially contribute to visual clutter and blight. We have three goals in mind. First and foremost is to improve cart security by providing a mechanism to place the primary responsibility for managing those shopping carts with the retailers who provide them to their customers. And as part of that, we are going to encourage that they either have employees or that they have a third-party vendor that they can hire to go ahead and retrieve those carts. We have specific requirements in place regarding securing the carts, placing signage on the carts, and for retailers who provide more than 25 shopping carts, we specifically require a shopping cart prevention and retrieval plan, which I'll touch upon in just a moment. We would also like to set requirements for the prompt retrieval of carts that have been removed off of the premises of the business. And it will also reduce staff time and resources expended by our public works staff, who often are tasked with removing these abandoned carts from public spaces. The proposed ordinance is consistent with state law, and it's consistent with shopping cart ordinances of other California cities. As I mentioned, as part of the research and drafting this ordinance, we did look at other existing ordinances. Abandoned and unattended shopping carts are indeed a public nuisance and are subject to abatement by the city if the private retail owners do not fulfill their obligations to maintain their carts on site or retrieve those carts that have migrated off site. And city staff would be providing notice of the removal of those carts being necessary. Moving on towards commercial property maintenance, the proposed ordinance would add a new chapter 8.38 to our municipal code to encourage the maintenance of commercial non-residential property located within the city. The definition of commercial property is on the screen. Means non-residential property primarily used for business or retail purposes located in a commercial or industrial zone, or illegal non-conforming property used for business or retail purposes and located outside of a commercial or industrial zone, regardless of whether that property is occupied or vacant, developed or vacant land. We have two goals in mind here. To provide city staff the enhanced tools to address a variety of concerns can range from deteriorated parking lot striping, it can be trash and debris accumulation, inadequate garbage service, deteriorating exterior of the building, lack of maintenance of common areas, graffiti, broken windows, really runs the gamut. And as we all know, these new commercial properties and shopping centers, they can look quite lovely when they're brand new, but over time, without the proper maintenance, they can deteriorate and can become a blight. We want to encourage property owners and business operators to maintain attractive places of business, to encourage patronage citywide, to provide a positive effect overall on the appearance of the city, and also it impacts our property values. As I mentioned, outreach is an important component. The city manager did provide notification of the proposed ordinances to solicit feedback from both the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Business Coalition. We will be providing the information in our monthly Brentwood Buzz newsletter, as well as via social media posts. Information will also be placed on our community enrichment page of the city's website. And we will have a targeted mailing to all the commercial businesses that have a valid City of Brentwood business tax certificate. At this point, we estimate that number to be somewhere in the range of 1,500 businesses, so it'll be a pretty significant mailing. An example of the outreach that will go out, that targeted mailing that I mentioned, will draft a letter. That letter will include a brochure for our abandoned shopping cart prevention and retrieval. Gave an example there on the screen, and will also include a copy of the commercial property maintenance ordinance. In addition, businesses that are providing 25 or more shopping carts will be given 60 days to submit an abandoned shopping cart prevention and retrieval plan application. That application will be submitted to community enrichment staff. We'll review it and provide any feedback if necessary with regard to that application. At this point, we're estimating with our initial research that we think there'll probably be about 29 businesses impacted by the shopping cart ordinance. 21 of those will have potentially 25 or more shopping carts, with 8 having less than the 25. So those 8 would not be subject to the mandatory plan. There is no application fee required for the plan. We're not looking to generate revenue with this. Basically, like I mentioned, voluntary compliance is the goal. We really want to have a mechanism in place to control the abandoned and lost shopping carts throughout the city. Provided a timeline for implementation. So it'll start with tonight. We have the first reading of these 2 proposed ordinances. We are scheduled to come back assuming that you approve this tonight, on May 9th for the second reading. We would then move forward with that targeted mailing to the commercial businesses and provide information on our community enrichment page. That would occur on May 10th. And then during the months of May and June, we would have social media posts and place an article in the Brentwood Buzz newsletter. Both ordinances would become effective on June 10th. And then on July 10th, those shopping cart prevention and retrieval plan applications would be due for those businesses that provide 25 or more shopping carts. That concludes my presentation, and if you have any specific questions, I'm happy to address them.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Seeing none at this time, we will open public comments.
If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating in Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer is expired. And No public comments were received on this item prior to the meeting. I do have one speaker card in person, and that's Danny Dorman.
Of shopping carts. One of the questions I have is how many tens of thousands of dollars were spent finding out if an ordinance needed to be adopted, and how many more tens of thousands of dollars are going to be spent after the second reading. See, when you guys talk about budget, it's, you know what, it boggles the mind how people can cherry pick what is important, what isn't important, and then throw, oh, it's money as a reason. Again, this is a serious question of staff. I hope somebody sends me an email. How many tens of thousands of dollars were spent on this particular agenda item? And I'm asking staff also to look into a potential violation of the Brown Act, specifically when Councilmember Oerlemans went into that antechamber in his hissy fit, and Mayor Bryant went in there as well. That was out of view of the public. It was a specific agenda item, so it should have been discussed in public. It was not. So I'm asking staff to look into potential Brown Act violations. Lastly, yeah, we got to do something about those cards. We really should. And in closing, I really meant when I said, Mr. Mayor, if anyone flipped, it's political suicide. You've been here 3 councils, vice mayor and mayor, and yet you kicked the can down the road because somebody had a fit, because they weren't paying attention. Now, some will say you did it on purpose. I really don't think so. You were about as clear as I've ever heard anyone. So, and I have to focus because I know that's decorum as opposed to looking at the people I really want to look at. And somebody ought to do something about those cards. It's ever since you guys had the Kumbaya meeting, it's been worse. I've seen more almost fisticuffs in the 4 years that I've paid attention this year than all the previous years. So I'm not sure why people ran on a Kumbaya, let's work together, when it's apparent they don't want to. Brown Act. Peace.
I have an additional speaker in person, Rod Floor. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Sorry about the card. I don't actually have to have one to speak. Let's talk about the decibel scale for a minute. The decibel scale is a logarithmic scale. Every increase of 10 decibels is an increase of 100 in the sound pressure. An increase of 3 decibels is a doubling of the sound pressure. Now, it doubles the sound pressure, but because we are human beings, when we hear that doubling, we perceive it as a 23% increase. So when you go from 60 to 63, you hear a 23% increase, and 60 is quite loud. Now let me tell you some more things that I know about the decibel scale. So 3 decibels is silence, basically. If you listen to 3 decibels, if the ambient sound in this room was 3 decibels, you would not perceive it. And so when the sound consultant told you that 3 decibels was imperceptible, he was misleading you. He was doing it without lying, but he was misleading you. And this is a man that is paid to do sound studies to get cities off the hook for doing things. I guarantee you that the difference between 60 and 63 decibels is quite perceptible. You don't have to believe me. You just go Google the 3 decibels, which is what I did when I was interested in this. I was interested enough to go find out because I knew the man was lying to us. He wasn't lying. He was just misleading us when he said 3 decibels was imperceptible. I wanted to know. I am somebody who reads science books for fun. I watch physics videos just for the hell of it. So to sit there and say that 3 decibels is imperceptible is just a flat out false statement. 3 decibels is quite perceptible. So 3 decibels would be imperceptible. 13 decibels, your dog might hear it. 23 decibels, if you have no hearing impairment, you might hear it. 33 decibels would be a whisper. 43 decibels would be about as loud as I'm talking now without a microphone. 53 decibels would be about as loud as Councilmember Oerlemans was when he threw his fit. 63 decibels is about as loud as my AC compressor in my backyard, which I measured because I put a NIOSH on my phone because I was interested in sound for obvious reasons. 63 decibels is so loud that I installed Wi-Fi thermostats in my house so I can turn off the AC compressor so I don't have to listen to it when I'm in the backyard from my phone. It's very loud. And I just wanted to let you guys know what the decibel scale is. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers in person. I do have 2 hands raised. I'll call on Ian Cohen, followed by Marisol Vallis. Ian, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say I'm in favor of the shopping cart ordinance because, gosh, these shopping carts are out of the place, and I didn't realize we didn't have an ordinance in place before. I'm doubtful staff will be able to enforce it compared to everything else on their plates, but just having the ordinance in place will be enough to let staff figure it out. I cannot count how many shopping carts I saw today, and I drove all around town today before joining this pretty crappy city council meeting, I have to admit, because of the 3. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marisol Vallis. Oops. I'm not sure if she just put her, oh, no, there it is. Marisol, go ahead.
Sorry, my technology tonight isn't great. This is incredible. Thank you, Rod. You had so many facts that were pretty incredible. And so thank you for doing the research. I'm still not okay about item C14 not being approved. Tony, what nugget of information did you take out of this Kumbaya meeting since you ran out tonight and you were absolutely unprofessional this evening? So Tony, yes, your seat is still going to continue to be hot. I'm still so livid about earlier today. And Pat, Tanisha, and Tony, you keep wondering why people are going after you. And it's because you have special interests. You do not care about residents. And Joel, for you to absolutely go on their corner is insane to me. Pat, Tanisha, you are copy and paste, as another speaker had said previously at other meetings. And, stop. Your spinning is so incredible. You spin and spin and spin. So Pat, Tanisha, and Tony, you have failed the city of Brentwood. Failed. Did you hear that? You failed the residents of Brentwood. And again, if you go for re-election, I hope you're ready. And I hope you're ready for this kind of speak every time you go in those seats. So shame on all of you. Shame on Pat, Tanisha, and Tony, and Joel for what you did to the residents of Brentwood this evening. Good night.
I have no additional hands raised.
Okay, at this time, we'll close public comments. And is there any further discussion? I'm sorry, any further discussion on this item?
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, please.
To introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance adding chapter 5.74 to the Brentwood Municipal Code.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Margaret?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood adding Chapter 5.74 Lost, Stolen, or Abandoned shopping carts to the Brentwood Municipal Code.
And I'd like to make another motion to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance adding Chapter 8.38 to the Brentwood Municipal Code.
I will second that also.
Could we just get a quick vote on the first motion,
Yes,
just to keep things clear?
Yes, all in favor on the first motion? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. Second motion?
Aye.
Aye. Unless I need to read it. Do I need to read it again?
I just need a second on the second
I
motion.
second it, yeah, sorry.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion approves. Item D3.
Mayor? Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
I need to read the title for
Oh,
the second
yes, please.
ordinance. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood adding Chapter 8.38 Commercial Property Maintenance to the Brentwood Municipal Code.
Thank you. Item D3, next item pertains to adaptive and inclusive recreation study.
Can we just get a vote then after I read them?
That, okay, yes.
Thank you.
Do we have a first on
And
the
a
second? And a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. It is unanimous. Our next item pertains to adaptive and inclusive recreation study. And Tim?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Tian Nguyen, Recreation Manager. Tonight, we have an informational report about adaptive and inclusive recreation. Included in the staff report is an assessment about adaptive and inclusive recreation done by Moore Recreation Therapy and Consulting. They're also online tonight to answer questions at the end of the presentation. So some background information about this item. Back in 2019, the City of Brentwood Parks, Trails, and Recreation Master Plan was adopted by City Council. In early 2020, City Council adopted the Brentwood Strategic Plan. Shortly after that, the COVID pandemic hit and a lot of things were paused, including that strategic plan. It was amended through multiple fiscal years. City staff came back to City Council back in 2021 to bring back the strategic plan, as well as pursue some funds set aside for an assessment to be done on adaptive inclusive recreation. City Council did approve that back in 2021, and more recreational therapy was awarded after an RFQ process to do an assessment on adaptive inclusive recreation. That assessment was turned into city staff last year in 2022. And in August, it was provided to the Parks and Recreation for their review, and it was accepted, and it's being brought back tonight for City Council for the review and discussion. I also wanted to mention, like I mentioned, back in 2020, it was a strategic initiative for council to include adaptive recreation within their strategic plan. At the time, city staff did continue to pursue more education, more opportunities, more trainings in the area of adaptive inclusive recreation. I did want to include this slide and pull it from the staff report that these were some of the trainings that staff was able to complete and accomplish, including trainings and sessions by the Autism Society of America, as well as a couple of trainings by CPRS, California Parks and Recreation Society, as well as Recreation Therapy 101, put together by CSU East Bay. So here's kind of the best summary I could do. The assessment attached to the staff report is really inclusive of a good amount of items. I did my best in the staff report as well as in this presentation to try to provide a summary of those findings. Of course, it's not all inclusive, but I did try to categorize them for easier discussion. The first area represents areas that the city had implemented to date, areas that the assessment identified as things the city was doing that was adaptive and inclusive. Some of those items included facility features that we had including ADA doors at a good amount of our facilities, ADA features throughout our buildings, things that we've done programmatically as far as partnering with Be Exceptional. Be Exceptional is a a program that provides recreational classes and social events for individuals facing developmental, physical, and emotional challenges. There's also mention within the assessment of equipment and materials that staff was using that was adaptive and inclusive, including safe space tents and a range of other equipments like wheelchairs that we utilize at our facilities and in our programs. The next kind of summary I tried to do that was part of the assessment was a summary of recommendations that was provided by the consultant. Again, try to categorize them for summary. They did mention a number of items within our facilities that we can improve upon. That included signage that we can add or update to be more clear for people with all abilities. That included some facility changes that we can make, such as including a ramp to a stage that we had at the senior center, as well as including changing some counter spaces or one of the mentions was within our kitchen, having a workspace for someone who might be having to use the kitchen for one of our programming. The other categories that I try to clump things together was also use of more sensory and adaptive equipment that was mentioned in assessment. And again, that was throughout a range of our programming. They mentioned specifically, excuse me, they mentioned specifically things that we can purchase and utilize, such as changing tables, using water exercise belts for people, again, with different needs and abilities, using stimulating sensory mats, adaptive scissors, fidget spinners, and other items that, again, that can be modified and used by different populations. And then finally, there was another recommendation as far as staffing. It went into a little more depth about trying to, recommending pursuing a certified therapeutic recreation specialist on staff. This person would be very specialized and able to further evaluate and assess our existing programs, as well as try to implement new programs that are more adaptive and inclusive. Not within the assessment, I did want to do a little section here to identify some programs and some initiatives that staff has tried to do since the assessment was given to staff. So these are things that, following the assessment, we're slightly changing in the future based off the assessment. One of those items is the inclusion of ADA porta potties at our upcoming Concert in the Park series. That's something that we hadn't been doing in the past. So again, we wanted to be more inclusive for those who attended these events. We also will be piloting a new program this summer called Sensory Splash at our pool. That program is a drop-in swim time designed for those with special needs and their families to visit the pool in a calmer, more sensory-friendly environment. And then we also still are partnering with our Be Exceptional program. They'll be offering a new program this summer called Exceptional Skate. This is an inclusive skateboarding lesson for all abilities, from beginners to experts. They can build upon skateboarding skills. So again, those were new things we've been able to implement since we've received that assessment last year. So some more information about some information provided in the assessment. This was included in the extensive assessment attached to the staff report. It was a cost estimate provided by our consultant. So I do want to do a little bit of disclaimer here where this was provided to us last year in 2022. The estimates are just that, estimates, things that the consultant put together to provide some scope, give us some numbers to work off of as far as their recommendations. You'll notice, again, I try to break them up into things that we can do to modify our facilities, some equipment, some materials that we can provide or purchase to incorporate into our programs, as well as staffing that was recommended by the consultant. I also wanted to call out a good amount of the items are typically what I think of as kind of one-time purchases, in a sense. You buy a bunch of scissors, you can use them over and over again for your programs over the years, versus the staffing costs for the recommendation for the certified therapeutic recreation specialist. We wouldn't want to just fund this for 1 year. It'd probably be an ongoing cost that would need to be considered. And I also want to clarify that the number that was mentioned was $75,000 annually. Again, that was an estimate just to try to give a number to that recommendation. We don't believe that would cover their full costs with salary and benefits and all those other pieces. So again, trying to be transparent with the consultants' recommendations there. Overall, again, to try to put a number on their recommendations, the estimate came at $285,000. But again, some of those are one-time purchases. Others would be recurring if council were to consider that. Another thing I want to just highlight really quickly with this chart was staff did look through it, and there are items that are bigger ticket items that will be important for city council to consider at a later time, but also some of them are smaller items. Some of them are like scissors. Some of them are, like I mentioned, weighted belts for water exercise. Those are things that city staff can pursue in the immediate future, kind of maybe not purchase all of them at once, but slowly start purchasing them and add them into our inventory and incorporate them into our programs over time. So it's not just a kind of all or nothing type recommendation. I think a lot of those items we can start slowly purchasing and slowly incorporating into our programs. The other thing I want to mention is that they did mention training throughout the recommendation, and with that potential certified therapeutic recreation specialist, they did call out that they have the ability to be specialized in that area, but I do want to note that this is currently a strategic priority for council, so that's something that we'll continue to pursue. Continuous training, continuing learning opportunities, continual ways of how to implement a lot of the recommendations, but also expand and be more adaptive and inclusive in our programming. That, I believe, concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions, but I also believe we have Tamika Moore and Dr. Jamie Hoffman from Moore Therapy and Consulting on the line, who's also available to answer questions.
Thank you. Clarifying questions?
Yeah, I have questions specifically to, in the report, it talked about a lot of our programming for, I think, like some of our summer programming for youth, some of our programming that we do for our seniors. They aren't able to, third-party vendors are not able to accommodate. They specifically brought up autism spectrum disorder and gosh, why can't I think of it right now? ADHD. Are we vetting vendors to determine whether they have the skill set to meet those needs when we're hiring them to do, or we're consulting with them to do programming?
I'll go ahead and take that one, Nisha, Councilmember Pearson. So I don't know that we are specifically vetting them for their skill sets for inclusiveness. It's an area, there's a lot of areas in here that talk about training. And to be honest, we'd have some work to do in some of these areas. That is why, some of these things talk about some pretty high price tags, but there are things that we can do as far as training, and that's a recommendation that's in here that we need to look at.
Okay. Yeah. This summer, or well, not this summer, sorry, going back, just specifically, I received a call. It was an activity that was put on by a third-party vendor asking me if there was something else I can do for my son who has autism, who has ADHD, who has cerebral palsy, because they just couldn't accommodate the needs. I think that that's a tough place for families to have to land in when they do rely on it or if they're working. And I think it may be helpful if we vetted our third-party vendors, not only to make sure that they provide inclusive programming, but also to make sure that they have the staffing that meets the qualifications, that rises to the level of standards that we would set forth. The other question that I wanted to ask is, have we come up with an estimated budget? Because that 285 is not that there was an intention to be misleading. It is a little bit throws off that may be the budget. But based on some of the recommendations, bless you, that I saw in here, I think that budget may be like a 7-figure budget, considering that we have structural issues to make sure that we're ADA compliant. I do find that this line item is urgent so that we are fully inclusive, but also if we have ADA compliancy issues, which, I know that there's ADA compliancy everywhere, that everybody's trying to meet, and I get that. Do we have an estimate that we'll be getting soon on what the actual estimate budget for everything that was mentioned, not just certain ones?
No, we don't have an estimation right now other than what is in the report. As far as the ADA recommendations, we have talked to community development, to our building official, and made him aware of these recommendations that are in here. We do have a comprehensive ADA transition plan that the city is working on, and these are a priority, but we also have to look at that in context of the full ADA transition plan that will actually have a lot of different costs associated with it as well. So the ADA items are in here because as the consultant looks at accessibility in our programming, obviously they need to look at the facilities. So it's a natural thing that they would be looking at ADA accessibility when it comes to our facilities.
Thank you. And then my last question is, I appreciate I think there were maybe about 4 items that we saw in here that were done in the interim, but are there more that we can get, in the interim while we wait? And I'll talk later about the while we wait when we get into discussion. Aren't there some other mitigating factors we can be doing? Like, for example, just in our staffing, Councilmember Oerlemans brought up, we make our own signs. What are we waiting for? So is there the possibility that we can make signs ourselves to mitigate some of these things? I know that all departments are impacted. There's a lot of things going on, but are there other items that we can take one by one to kind of mitigate down a little bit more than we already have?
Sure. I can try to answer that, Councilmember Pearson. Yeah, I think so. I think that's kind of one of the approaches that we want to take, and I don't like using the term, but I can't think of a better one, but kind of low-hanging fruit in a sense, right? Items that are mentioned in the assessment, that are recommendations. I mentioned some of the items recommended was, $10 adaptive scissors. Now, I'm not trying to say that's inexpensive, but I think that's a good investment that we can try to quickly purchase and incorporate. I think there's some other items that you mentioned of updating some signage that we can potentially do. I think the other piece, the 2 pieces that stand out to me is continue to pursue training. I think City Council providing us that $20,000 for this assessment a couple years ago was really, really good. During that time, we were able to accomplish some trainings and incorporate and implement them into our programming. I think the other piece is, I think that we talked about is it's an ongoing thing that we want to be inclusive and adaptive. So I think you hit the nail on the head, Councilmember Pearson, where it's not, even if we got a list that's, hey, this is everything that's going to get us up to date right now, I think there's always going to be ongoing expenses. So we kind of keep chipping away at it where we can each year with purchasing equipment, continually training staff, continually pursuing more training and information opportunities so that we can implement and be better for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. My first question is, has staff looked into grants to support some of this work?
Not specifically yet in support of adaptive recreation.
Okay. I mentioned in my meeting yesterday that my day job received a CDBG grant for making our website easier to read, having higher contrast, additional languages, that kind of thing. So is that something you could look into with CDBG? Or as far as the website contrast, for example, looking at for vision impairment?
It's possible. As far as CDBG funding, I'm not sure if that would work here for Brentwood, but we could look into it.
Okay. There's a lot of information about training, as Tien mentioned, and one of the ones that stuck out as being the most critical for me was the annual safety training for the use of pool lifts and PVC access chair. Is that not happening?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Meyer. I'll do my best to answer this one. I wasn't here at the time, but I do understand that typically at the start of every summer season for aquatic programs, usually being seasonal, there's a full inclusive in-service training where we do everything from CPR training, reminders, lifeguard drill reminders, all those type of things. And included in that is how to use the equipment, including the lifts and wheelchairs at the pool. Now, I think that our aquatic staff does incorporate that training at the start of the season, but they also have continual in-service trainings every 2 weeks where those are refreshers, reminders. I'm not quite sure when that was mentioned in the assessment, if that was just one or two staff members who weren't quite sure, but I am pretty confident, even though I wasn't here, that that's incorporated in the training materials on an annual basis, as well as incorporated in continual in-service trainings throughout the summer. That's a pretty big standard in the aquatic world. So I'm pretty confident in that sense, just not sure how that came about in the assessment exactly.
Great, thank you. There was mention of a new section on the website and an activity guide titled Adaptive and Therapeutic Recreation Resources. Is that live?
So yes, I believe the summer activity guide we just published April 1st included within the table of contents, adaptive recreation programming. It highlights, I think the majority of it is the Be Exceptional programs on that page. So that is something that we're incorporating. I know, I forget if it was a recommendation or if it was a conversation we had about the assessment of continually providing additional keys and indicators within our activity guide of what programs specifically we're targeting to be adaptive and inclusive and were available in the moment. So I believe that was incorporated in the activities guide, but I didn't want to limit that. That's just kind of where we stopped with that recommendation.
Okay. I'm curious, when the assessment was done, was there any age group identified as being the least supported with activities and programs? I mean, I say that because I think about the senior center, obviously, has got some very specific and targeted programming, and then schools typically do, and the activities. When I originally brought this up, it's because I was concerned about the 18+ community, and I'm not sure if that was addressed.
Sure. Again, I'll do my best to try to answer this, council member, and then feel free, Bruce, to chime in. I think in my experience, a lot of times when inclusive adaptive recreational programs are talked about is with youth, teens, but also with the senior population, just because of different challenges and different needs and different abilities. With this assessment, I know they did visit the Senior Activity Center, the pool, the Brentwood Community Center. As far as targeted facilities and programs they wanted to assess, because I think that is usually a population that usually you'll see a little bit more needs for a range of abilities. So I think that was a targeted area, Councilmember Meyer. I know there was a breakdown as far as the age populations. I think it's in the back section of the assessment as well, of kind of how they assess those programs and which ones they were able to touch on. But speaking separately from the assessment itself, I do know that is usually more targeted populations during these type of assessments.
Okay. And I believe one final question before moving it to someone else, but I'll have comments later. There was mention of volunteer activities for high school students, and are we currently utilizing that as a benefit to the activities programming?
At this particular time, we don't have volunteers. I think part of that is these recommendations. If we have a therapeutic recreation person on staff to help with more of a comprehensive program to do this training and to bring additional volunteers and high school volunteers on board to help with that. So that is something that we'll continue to look at. At this particular time, we haven't been able to do that.
Okay. Could this be an internship consideration?
Yes, absolutely. And I think in the report, it talks about the opportunity for internships, especially for those that are pursuing therapeutic recreation as a career.
Okay. Thank you. And I was very happy with this report, by the way.
I have a couple of questions. I know you've had open headcount, so that results in a dollar savings. Is there any way we can get an updated summary of your department's savings year to date that maybe we could use towards this? I don't know if it's like a report you guys can send out, or we can review it some other time and see what dollars are available.
Good evening. Yeah, we can send an update. I'm hesitating because we are doing a budget update in June, which will be the entire general fund, entire city budget, which would include, all departments in there versus just parks. So it gets a little tricky because when we do our reports, we aggregate everything together. And so when we say our projections are X, it's everybody and not just one department. So we may be taking their savings and giving you that in this aggregated number, and that would change what we've been telling you in the aggregated number, if that makes sense. So that's why we typically don't go one by one. There could be budget available, but it would change our projection for where we'll finish the year.
Okay, in June, could we get it department by department?
Sure.
Okay, I think that would help. So like when it comes back in June, we can talk about that, to talk about available dollars. I'd like to see what we have in Park and Rec first and direct those dollars there, and then we can see what else is going on since those are your own department savings. It'd be nice if they kind of stayed with you. And then my other question is, when we do the pricing on our classes, it's kind of like they have to kind of pay for themselves. So can we put these dollars in there and spread it across to make it more manageable to cover some of these costs? I mean, some things you lose scissors, right? You're going to replace scissors. So if we're replacing scissors, can we do these? Like, can we do some of these when we're doing the purchase, which we'd be buying them anyway, so it's already a fixed cost? And so just like the supplies.
Sure, Councilmember Mendoza. I think that's a really good idea. Those are some of the things that I think we're looking to pursue, kind of referencing back, kind of that low-hanging fruit piece of it, right? Scissors is a really good example, right? We can use them for different camp programs, different art programs. Having adaptable scissors, scissors for right-handed, left-handed, all those different pieces, larger ones, smaller ones. You have them in stock, right? So that if someone needs them, you can pull them pretty easily. You don't use all the scissors all at once anyways, right? So I think those are really good suggestions, recommendations, and those are things that I think now that we have this assessment, now that we're really trying to put a bigger concentrated effort into being adaptive and inclusive, are ways we have to think about how we approach a lot of our purchases and decisions in the future.
Yeah, and I think part of spreading the cost across the whole department is it should be inclusive, and all of our kids should be all participating together. So that's why I think that it's a benefit all around. So I don't know if you can, when you're doing I know we have those analysis on the cost. I don't know when that's coming back, but let's see what we can do, like what kind of leeway we are when we compare to other cities. Like, are we too much or not enough? Like, where can we find funds that is reasonable to be able to do all of this? Because again, it's going to be a big spend, and we need to do it, and let's figure out how to do it. So, yeah, thank you.
I was going to add one more discussion item while we're talking about inclusivity. This came up that it wasn't in the report, but when we talk about inclusivity, we're also talking about access to the programming. And for our families who have children and also adults who have reached the age of majority but still have a developmental delay that occurred before the age 18, sometimes those resources aren't available. I did learn from the Regional Center of the East Bay that they do have a new program in which they provide the funding for programs if the program material says that it's providing services to this affected population. So then some of our residents who have case managers or who have children who receive services from the Regional Center of the East Bay can have all of our, like the majority of all of their activities that they put their children or adult child into, or the person that they have limited conservatorships over, and our programming is paid through regional center funds. Wondering if we can potentially begin to, and this can be brought back at a future agenda item or offline, but if we can begin to add the language that, just very limited language, that this is an adaptive program that meets these, that services this type of population, is just enough for the regional center to be able to fund and provide services.
Is there any further clarifying questions regarding this item? If not, before we go into public comment, I have a request to take a 5-minute recess from council. So we will take a 5-minute recess for council. At this time, we will reconvene from recess and we will open public comments.
If you're in person, please file a speaker card on the form provided at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And no public comments were received on this item prior to the meeting. I have 2 hands raised. I'll call on Carolina Filiseca, followed by Danny Dorman. Huh? Oh, sorry. My apologies, Rod. No, you're not. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I just had to look up. Okay. First, we're going to have Rod in the chambers, and then I'll go to the Zoom public comments.
Yeah, yes, thank you for taking my public comment tonight. Another thing I'm interested in besides science is law. I just have a layman's fascination with law. I admire the legal profession. I enjoy the logical interchanges that happen. Something I can tell you is that a mistake is not a crime. And so I heard something incorrect tonight in that no mistake was made in the construction of that sound wall because there was no violation. And this is not a correct thing to say. This is a talking point. I've been following politics for a long time, and I know a talking point when I hear one, and a talking point is when you bend things a little bit to make a point. Nobody has ever said that the city violated any law, at least not yet. The people in Siena are quite restrained, and partly at my own encouragement, they have chosen to put their faith in this city, and I'm feeling a little bit of shame around that tonight. But nobody has ever once said that the city violated anything. What they said is they made a mistake, and it's a mistake, and you can see it. All you have to do is just go on that ramp. I live just off Balfour. I go on this ramp all the time. Just take the ramp off 4 onto Balfour, turning right out west. As you go up that ramp, you can see, as you look right, just look out over your right shoulder, and I would be happy to take anybody out there that wants to ride as a passenger. I love to take people in my car. You guys are complaining about not having the opportunity. It's a 5-minute car ride. You go up on that ramp, you look over your right shoulder at that wall, and just as you go up the ramp, the wall basically disappears. And because the ramp is there, which was not in the original plan for that road, because the ramp is there and because it's so elevated going up to the bridge, there basically isn't a wall at that point. You're looking straight across at the wall for Dash's house. There's nothing between Dash's house and the traffic on that road. There is no wall. There's a wall, but it's below grade. The road was elevated above the wall, and that means that the wall was a mistake, and that's all the point that they were trying to make. And so I think it's really important to understand that, and if anybody thinks they don't have the opportunity to do the research, it's a 5-minute drive from anywhere in Brentwood. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Filiseca, followed by Danny Dorman. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. One of the things that our school systems in Brentwood do extremely well is they have activities and programs and supplies and accommodations for our students who have IEPs and have cognitive and physical differences from our general population students. This is TK through 12th grade. The other thing we heard tonight was that the library is putting on some fantastic programs for post 12th grade adults that live in Brentwood. So my question is, have we looked at these as opportunities for partnerships during the summer? Some of the schools have summer school, but not all the schools have summer school. So there are perhaps opportunities there. I would also urge you to look at perhaps educational staff that is, excuse me, that has the proper certification and have experience working with these populations. They might be off during the summer and really welcome the opportunity for extra income opportunities. This is wonderful, and I'm glad the city of Brentwood is taking a look at this population. I also have a son with ADHD and autism, and last summer he took a phenomenal class led by the amazing Mr. Henry from Bristow on social skills. So they met at Marsh Creek Elementary School to learn how to communicate during game playing. And then on Fridays, they would go to Heritage, to the pool, and have fun in the water, because as we know, for our kids that are differently abled, water is amazing and it's miraculous. And the things you can do with a child in the water is just tremendous. So those are my thoughts. I think this is desperately needed as we're getting more and more people coming to our city, because we have such wonderful schools and accommodations for students that are differently abled. Thank you.
Oops. Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
All right, good evening. Well, this is interesting. Don't know how many tens of thousands of dollars were spent to get this proposal together. From what I was able to piece together, it sounds like it's going to be a fairly expensive one, a very highly expensive and specialized. And it looks like it only affects a few of our Brentwood citizenry. Kind of sounds like that wall, doesn't it? And yet, what's the difference between the wall and this project? Well, I can see at least one council member taking full advantage of it, whereas the wall, not a problem for her. Again, you want to talk about money and pennies and money better suited and all that. I may not be a lawyer, but boy, do I love numbers. Okay. And I have this little Scooby-Doo moment sometimes. You had mentioned Councilwoman, excuse me. Oh, wow. Whew. Sorry about that. I'm getting all choked up from emotion. But Councilmember Pearson, you had mentioned that today you had received documents of people who signed disclosure forms. What's interesting is, how did you get those? Did they just fall out of the sky? I am curious. Oh, yes, staff. I am curious. I'd love to know how these things just magically popped out of thin air. And what was the driving factor? Councilwoman Pearson, were you on a hunt? Were you just looking for anything and somebody came up and said, oh, look what I found, little October surprise, to help put the kibosh on this? Again, I honestly wish I knew what it was, your ulterior motive. I really wish I did. Between you and Councilman Oerlemans, this is amazing to me. I'm saving my best for last, but you both really need to reconsider why it is you are doing what you're doing. If you're getting advice, I would stop getting that advice, because this road is not getting any easier.
The speaker's timer had expired. The next speaker is Marisol Valles. Marisol, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Tanisha and Tony, you're useless. When will you actually do anything for the residents of Brentwood and not your own special interests? Please listen again to all the great facts. For example, Rod just gave you. He's been giving them to you all night. And if you listened the last 5 years, we've been talking about the sound wall. Can we talk about spending city dollars? You can't approve a sound wall for residents who were screwed by city councils before this, but yet you can spend money on kumbaya meetings that you don't even take into consideration. Where are your nuggets of learning tonight, Tony? Tony Oerlemans just had a visceral reaction tonight. He slapped his mic, proceeded to call people on the dais pathetic while he stormed off past his colleagues. We now have examples of 2 new city council members being disrespectful and going against the ethic codes of the city. What will you do, Mayor Joel? Or will you backstab residents again, as you did earlier by not approving the consent calendar item C14? What a horrible night for residents. I hope residents are listening to how Tanisha and Tony don't care about residents, only their special interests. Tanisha and Tony, just resign. You don't care about residents. You care about your resume and special interest, and you spin. You can spin all you want. We listen to your words. We see your actions by storming off. Have a nice evening.
I do have one other hand raised in the panelist section. Jamie Hoffman, did you want to speak?
Yes, I would love the opportunity.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm Dr. Jamie Hoffman. I was one of the consultants in this project. I wanted to make sure that you're aware that there are grants. I know that somebody brought up the idea of grants. There are grants available. Regional Center actually provides funding, and there is a grant annually to promote and provide funding for programming. I actually just recently wrote a grant for another municipal parks and recreation district, and it was for $100,000, and they were awarded $99,995. So I'm proud that that just was funded. And so that is something that is definitely out there to support your community. In addition to that, you were asking about the populations that are in need of programming. And I would agree with you. It's that teens and that 18 to 22-year-old kind of transition age individuals, as well as youth, so younger children. While we might think that having inclusive programming is, the end all and be all in a world of, diverse populations, there are still families and parents that want segregated and specialized programs for their given children or family members based on a specific ability. And so that is something to consider in addition to having inclusive programs. One of the largest things that we really wanted to make sure that the city understood is related to training and development. We really wanted to make sure that the city understood that that is a very manageable and appropriate way to use funds to promote inclusion and diversity in your programming and really provide accommodations and opportunities for people with disabilities. As far as our assessment, I want to make sure that you all understand that it was not an ADA assessment. We are looking at it from a programmatic perspective. It's one thing for somebody to have access, which is ADA standard, for the door to be able to open a certain distance, for the door to be able to open independent with a person, pressing a button. But it's another thing for a person to be able to open that door, go inside, and then actually access programming. So that's whether it's a welcoming environment, welcoming staff, and having programming where they can be accommodated. So I applaud you for the work that you've done thus far. And we were honored to work with your agency and hope to continue to support you as you develop programs and implement change to serve those in your community.
Thank you. And we do have Ms. Hoffman as a panelist and consultant. So if you did have more questions for her, she's available to speak.
Great, thank you. Are there any further public comments at this time?
My apologies. No, I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments, move into council discussion on this item. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Again, I'd like to say I really appreciated that assessment and the presentation as well. When I first got on council, this was one of the very first things I brought up as something, and I thought we really needed to readdress. And throughout COVID and any kind of budgeting challenges, I wanted to have the discussion again. So it's nice to see it come back. I kind of compare it to when we talked, another thing I brought up back then, when we talked about the climate action plan and that versus implementing action items from the open space and conservation general plan section. And I think it's a very similar kind of planning for us. Right now, putting an actual climate action plan into play is not an effective thing for us to be doing with the budget that we've got. Nor is it, I think, appropriate at this moment to do this exactly, this full entire scope of work right off the bat. But I do think, as has been discussed, in fact, Tina, I had in my notes low-hanging fruit. So I don't love the phrase either, but it does apply here. I think there are quite a few things that we can start with, and then we can go and move into this. And I like the idea of looking at the staffing savings from open positions. Some of the easy things, I think marketing materials and the website should absolutely be using inclusive photos across the board. That's an easy one. I think we can do the laminated directions for the senior center closed caption TV. I think we can do, let's see, font size, and the other changes to the website for vision impairment like we talked about. One of the things I wanted to mention is that there was a request at one point in the assessment from Be Exceptional for the city to consider waiver of a site. And I would rather actually look at Working Wonders if we're going to do that, because Working Wonders does work with the population we've heard has been a little bit underserved, and they're located in Brentwood, where Be Exceptional is located in Antioch. So I'd really like to see if we're going to work with a nonprofit partner to increase those services and do some expanding. Working Wonders is in need of that kind of support from us. I love the idea of closed captioning for movies in the park. That seems like an easy one. I don't know what the inclusive access for events is currently, but whatever we can do on that. Again, I think I was going to make a future agenda item actually to talk about some kind of planning short-term, long-term, but it sounds like we've already got a lot in mind. We've already started making some of this progress, so I don't think I need to do that. Like I said, I'm very excited about having this come back. It's been a little while, but it's been worth the wait with all of the great information that we're getting. And I guess I did have one other question now that we've heard from Jamie Hoffman. I think it was Dr. Hoffman, if that was right. And thank you so much for your comments. But a question for you is, how could we address the transportation needs that were identified in the assessment? It's kind of, that's a big one, but I wonder if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, so again, it depends on the programming. I would recommend partnering with school districts. I'm not exactly sure. I can't recall off the top of my head your paratransit type of transportation that's provided to your residents in your community. But in the Sacramento area, there's something called paratransit. And so making sure that you have a paratransit stop at your main facility so that people can be picked up and dropped off at a given location can be one effective way. But really partnering with schools is one way that you can look at utilizing transportation. I think another transportation issue was related to the aging population. And so again, if there's paratransit available or similar organization, that can be helpful for those that aren't able to drive independently.
So in my other hat, I'm on the Contra Costa Transportation Authority Accessible Transportation Council. I'm a commissioner on that. And I can tell you that our county does not do well with accessible transportation. There's a lot of work being done right now, but it's not there yet. So the idea of working with the schools, I think, is a great idea if that's something that can be worked out. I think that might be all of my comments. Again, I'm just really happy to see this come back and appreciate all the work that went into it. Thank you.
I do have a little input on the transportation. It would take the city of Brentwood working additionally with Tri-Delta. Tri-Delta Transportation does have a paratransportation arm. It's called Try My Ride. They do not provide a vehicle for Brentwood, but Brentwood can work with Tri-Delta to see how that could come to pass sooner rather than later. That way, it would help with it. In essence, it's one of the smaller buses that Tri-Delta has. They have a driver that picks them up at the point that they need to, will take them where they need to go, wait for them and take them back home. And it's either completely free, depending upon the situation, or $2 or $3 for that service. So it really is something that's a benefit. Pittsburgh has it, Antioch has it. We're working to have conversations with the director of Tri-Delta to bring that out to Brentwood as well. I will say that focusing on this part of our community is something that is greatly needed. Families, and I work with families that need this in my vocation regularly. Having a family member that is differently abled, I love the way Carolina says that, and it's true. They're differently abled, but they have challenges that are also different. The entire family has to really focus on things that the general population doesn't necessarily have to focus on. For the city to be able to help our residents ease some of that burden, I would love to see some focused events. I know that we have a prom that is focused for this group. That is, it's kind of a prom. I don't remember. Do they call it the prom? It is the prom, and having that event is something that they talk about all year, for year after year. If they've had an opportunity to participate, I'd love to see our programming have things that incorporate some of our other volunteer groups. The quilting group that comes in and has an art show and a quilting show. The tactile interaction and environment with individuals that are on the spectrum would be something that we could partner with. It wouldn't necessarily be a lot of additional cost other than perhaps us providing some staff for it. But there are things, I really appreciate this study and the work that's gone into it. I think that if we open it up for suggestions from our community, families and members that would be taking advantage of these new resources, we could have, they're brilliant at improvising. There's nothing we could come up with that would match some of the ideas that they have to deal with on a daily basis. It'd be great to incorporate that as well.
I agree with you on the events, and I do agree with Vice Mayor Meyer on the Working Wonders. If you follow them on social media, it's amazing to me, everything they do. And I think they would probably be open to helping do events because, I mean, they do the movies, they do a lot. So, I mean, I'm excited about this. Thank you, Vice Mayor Meyer, for bringing it forward. I think it's great. I'm glad it's in front of us, and hopefully we can figure out some financials to be able to start picking away at all those items.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Mr. Mayor, if I can just clarify, this was a report item, and you've provided a lot of comments. I just want to make sure that the council members understand there's no specific direction tonight. Staff obviously has taken notes. I'm sure with our director of Parks and Rec will put together a program and inform council and be back at a future time. But I just, the last thing I want is any council member thinking that there's a specific item that you want, that you thought direction was given tonight. If there is, please add that as an agenda item. Now there's been some questions related just for some information, like, our finance director said he'd provide some information. So appreciate the comments, but just wanted to make sure that everybody kind of understood where we were.
That's why I decided to not make a future agenda item either. So obviously, there's progress happening.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, at this time, we'll move into item D4. This next item is regarding a request related to public comment time limits. Staff?
Great. And before I speak, I just want to thank all the staff for some amazing staff reports and presentations today. It started in the with the workshop and a great presentation and ended right there with the end. So thank you for all that. At the last council meeting, the mayor asked for a future agenda item, and it took our city clerk just a few minutes to send out an email and get information from all of the communities in Contra Costa County as relates to the current time that's allotted for public comments. As you can see, based upon that review that our city clerk was able to get, all of the communities have 3 minutes or less, and there's a nice little list in the staff report that kind of shows each one of the communities in Contra Costa County. But all of them are at 3 minutes or less. I think Walnut Creek was 2 minutes, and so is Richmond. And at this time, as it states in the staff report, our current rules state 5 minutes. And after the council has discussion, if you want to provide direction on if you want us to bring back a policy change, and with that policy change, how many minutes you'd like to change that to. So I can answer any questions that the council might have.
Darren, can you actually put the other cities comparison up on the screen for everyone
Yeah, absolutely.
else?
I'll share my screen right now. One second, let me just make sure everything else is closed out. It might be jumping to another page. Okay, there you go. And I'll blow it up. Might not be able to see everything on one page. So here's the first half of the cities that responded. And here's the second half.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Okay, at this time then we will open public comments.
I do have one speaker in person, and oops, just the speaker timer going. Rod, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak. So I told you a little bit about myself tonight, things I care about, science, law. One thing I care about more than anything is the truth. I'm the son of a soldier. My whole life, I've been taught that the truth matters. What I saw here tonight, I can't figure out what the truth is. Council told us that in order to call for a reconsideration, a person must first vote yes. And I saw that happen tonight. A person voted yes, and then they called for a reconsideration. Now that what appeared to happen, what we thought we saw was that a person was mad because they thought they had mistakenly voted yes for something that they didn't understand. A person watching this meeting could come to one of two conclusions. What they saw was exactly what happened. A person got mad. Somebody he called for a reconvene. Somebody decided that in order to smooth things over, they would accommodate this person. Another person might watch it and say, this was all kabuki, right? That you could simply have voted yes and then called for a reconsideration. There was nothing stopping anybody from doing that knew what they were doing. But it would have made certain people look bad if that is what people saw. If the people just saw a procedural move, they would have thought ill. And so people could look at it and think, oh, gee, maybe they just did this, to make people think that it was all in the heat of the moment. I can't tell you what the truth is because you can't read people's minds. You do not know the minds of other people. All you can do is judge them by their actions. And so when people see this and they already have trust issues and they see a mayor who had just voted yes, flip his vote to no on the sound wall or to delay it, they're going to have a trust issue. I'll show you how not to have people distrust you. I'm standing in front of 5 people right now who have put me on the Planning Commission, and any 3 of you can take me off anytime you want. I am first and foremost an advocate for the people. I tell the truth, I speak truth to power. Nobody is going to see me make this speech and think I'm lying about anything. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speaker cards in the chambers. And I thought I had a hand raised online and I have no hands raised. Oh, no, I do. Wait, I do have one hand raised. My apologies. I'll call on Antonio Xavier. Mr. Xavier, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to comment that we have had 5 minutes from Brentwood. I know in the recent past we've been reduced to 3, but we've had some pretty big meetings with 5, and public comments have shared some really good information. I know when it gets crowded, we have had precedent to reduce it to 3 so we can get through the evening before 2 in the morning or so. We've had some long meetings. But I think that it's a good idea to keep our current 5-minute limit. We are better in Brentwood. The goal here is not to be the same as Antioch or anyone else in Contra Costa County. We are better in Brentwood. So please aspire to be better. Having these involved public comments increases civil discourse. And I know sometimes it gets messy, but silence is the worst thing for the democratic process. And as you cut people down to 3 minutes, you're going to get less and less participation. So please keep our high standards here in Brentwood. Keep 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian Cohen. Ian, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that on the commissions, like especially the Youth Commission, which I chair, and Parks Rec Commission, Planning Commission, Arts Commission, correct me if I'm wrong, but they get 5 minutes. Even at the mock city government council meeting, they had a 5-minute public period in their agenda. So I personally really believe in our First Amendment, freedom to speech, freedom to assemble, blah, 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 like our freedoms. And democracy, like Ron, is very important. Democracy is why you guys are there on the dais. As much as I may be mad at the 3 of you, and as happy I am with Susana and Jovita, this is democracy. You guys got voted in, and in 2024 and 2026, we make our new round of decisions about who stays and who goes out. And increasing the time limit to 5 minutes increases our democracy in the Brentwood. Like honestly, 2 minutes and 1 hour quick Richmond sounds ridiculous to me, but they're bigger cities. But still, honestly, everyone should have time to say what they have to say about decisions that affect their neighborhoods, their lives, their schools, their income, everything. And again, this does relate back to the sound wall. I hate to bring it back to the sound wall, but those people are talking about property values, their health, their mental health, and so much more. So I just want to say, honestly, the moral is either the commissions are equal to council or council is equal to commissions. No one entity should have more time than the other entity for people to speak up. So either increase yourselves to 5 minutes or talk about decreasing the commissions down to 3 minutes. I think it should just be equal in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I never had the 5 minutes to speak, so it looks like after this, I still won't. As I did those over and over and over again, that's what we were entitled to, 5 minutes. But that is now neither here nor there. I do have a question, though, for Councilwoman Pearson, who claimed that some documents just came in today and they are documents signed about disclosure of noise. And I'm interested, where did she get them from? Now, I know when I signed for both of my homes, I literally have reams and reams and reams. And in there, I know I had one because I lived potentially 1.5 miles away from a railroad. Why I'm asking is, if I were a person that had sound wall issues, why would I want to give Councilwoman Pearson a document that shoots me in the foot? See, then it's, well, if she didn't get it from the homeowner, then where did she get it from? Because she was really clear, had the hand up in the air. Yeah, I just got these today, and I want to look and see what's going on. It's okay. Well, where'd you get them from? Did you use your authority as an attorney and a judge to browbeat somebody into giving you information that certainly shouldn't have been yours? See, I'm not an attorney, so I guess anything's possible. But this is what I'm talking about. That this picking and choosing, I don't know what it is. And hopefully the Pearson cheerleading squad doesn't jump on and say, stop on her and this and doing that, because we can get into a whole, oh, what's next? Danny Dorman bringing in a whole full chamber and have every one of them speak 3 minutes about Brentwood? Or are we going to go about business as usual? And this is something, it's remarkable. This is just remarkable. I can't believe that these two people, and I hope, I'm looking at the clock, I hope Oerlemans is.
The speaker's timer had expired. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. So I belong to different organizations where, depending on what the situation is, we either get 1 minute, 2 minutes, or 3 minutes, or 5 minutes to speak. So maybe the situation could be that, depending on the topic, you need more time, or 3 minutes is fine. On something as complicated as housing elements, 5 minutes was needed. On something like bridal gates, 5 minutes was definitely needed. But on something like shopping carts, yeah, 3 minutes is fine. I really think the severity of the situation is what calls for the amount of time that a discussion needs to be had. It's not as simple as yes 3 or yes 5. And I think that's, if other organizations can say, okay, for this discussion, you get 3 minutes. For this discussion, you get 5. I think if they can do it, I think we can do it. I think it's important to get information out and try and be as factual as possible. I think Rod could given us a 15-minute primer on sound if we had given him the opportunity. And 3 minutes was definitely not enough. So that's just an example. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, go into council discussion.
So I used to come and speak for 5 minutes, and then it switched to 3 minutes, and I don't remember like being upset about it. And I'm like, look at my husband and Rod, like, I don't think I was ever upset about it, right? Like, I don't know. I came in here thinking like 3 minutes is fine. Like, we've been doing fine with 3 minutes. And then I'm thinking like, yeah, like something complex, like Bridal Gate, like 5 minutes was good because we had to go through a lot of stuff. So now I'm torn because I came in here thinking I'm good with 5 minutes. And now I'm like something that is complex sometimes takes a speaker a little bit longer, especially when it's something like land use. So I don't, now I'm like torn. I'm gonna be honest.
The only problem with the idea of changing the time limit depending on the topic is we don't know what's important to people. That's the hard thing. Because I like the idea too, of like a more complex agenda item allowing for 5. Could we allow people to make the request?
To make a request for additional time?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever policy you'd like. I mean, we however you want. So here's the thing. We need to make sure it's not a subjective, that it's an objective standard, that we treat every person equally. And I think you would have some residents who would believe that their issue, whenever a person comes here, I believe they believe that it's an important issue. And it doesn't matter if it's a planning issue. This is in my past experience. It doesn't matter if it's a fence issue between two neighbors. If you start treating them differently, I think you'll have residents that think that you don't think that their issue is as important. So I do believe it's best that you set one standard and that you follow that. And some cities usually, it's kind of, they have a standard, be it 3 minutes, and they might lower it when they know that there's going to be a number of comments, both negative and positive. Sometimes they'll even say, hey, 30 minutes for those who support it, 30 minutes for those who oppose it, and then all the rest can speak at the end, after the meeting's over. That's not what I hear the city council speaking of. But Vice Mayor, that question, that's just my own recommendation to you, that I think it's too difficult for staff to try to make that determination, and I think many residents would probably feel slighted.
That's kind of why I was thinking about people being able to request the time if they need it, because I do think it's too subjective otherwise.
So some cities have, if you provide a written response within 24 hours before a meeting, that you might receive more time. That's the only thing that I can think of in another community that has like a 3 minutes, and it says if you request a written time 24 hours in advance, you get 5 minutes. Now, what happens is you have a person who understands the process, they get it, and it happens, and then a person who's never been here before, excuse me, might not understand that process, and they might feel like they've been treated differently.
So I was on 2 councils, I believe, that the time limit was 5 minutes before the COVID and online limitations. Frankly, I'm not overly passionate either way with this. I've done it both ways. I know that when we had 5 minutes, it wasn't unusual to have individuals run out of time with 5 minutes. We have certain individuals in our community that are skilled at public speaking, and we have a lot of them that are not. Someone who knows how to take advantage of their time can do that. They can take advantage of that time. someone who cannot will begin to repeat themselves after about a minute and a half, and sometimes feel like they have to take all of that time after they have made their point. So the fact that we've opened it up to what I think is the best methodology of any city in our county is that we have the ability for all of our residents, whether they are able to be here in person or whether they can watch online, they can call in. I know that there are cities that were doing that stopped that. I'm thankful that our council determined that that's it. Not only did we not stop it, this is exactly what we've been working for. Accessibility to hear the voices of the people that we serve. And so I'm very much appreciative of that. There are a lot of people, often we have regular callers. I'm not going to start calling names, but we have regular callers that they make a point. They don't use their 3 minutes hardly at all, ever. Most of them use 2 minutes or less. And so as far as thinking 3 minutes for the vast majority of the speakers is too little, I think history says it isn't. But again, there are certain situations that 5 minutes isn't something that is enough time, or people would know how to take advantage of it. It's getting late. I don't want to continue rambling. So it's, in my opinion, it's much easier if there are a large number of public speakers to reduce the time to accommodate that. It's much easier then to not have access to the 5 minutes. So I personally don't have a problem moving it to 5 minutes and being able to adjust that to accommodate a larger number. That it really doesn't bother me to do that. But again, I'm just one voice here.
I'd like to offer discussion before a motion is taken. I think that maybe a little one-off is a possibility of, because I thought about the, like, how could we do it where if it's a certain, as Vice Mayor Meyer was saying, like about a specific subject. So just sitting here thinking about it is, could we do something to the effect of keeping the 3 minutes, but if the speaker asks for additional time, that we just quickly take a vote of council, a majority of vote of whether to continue on, understanding that we have a responsibility to utilize objective standards.
I had thought along those lines also. Here's my reasoning why that was a challenge to me. In my opinion, it would be impossible for the perception not to be of bias, regardless of what the item was. If we voted, even as a full council, this person has the advantage of more time, this person has less. I don't see how you avoid the appearance of bias in that.
Can we do what you said as a motion, but like we can encourage people to go 3, but if they need the whole, I mean, they can use their 5, but you know, and I don't think there's times I didn't go. I mean, I just watched myself from like 3 years ago, and I was up there for like maybe a minute and a half. Like I think there's plenty of times where people just say what they got to say and they sit down. So I'm fine with the 5, and then if we have a large room and we think you need to adjust it, then you adjust it to 3.
More comment?
I didn't come in here passionate about either way, about changing it. I think that giving everybody the opportunity to speak, giving them their 5 minutes, if they truly want to use the 5 minutes, allow them to use it. Encourage if they don't have that much to say on the topic, stick to the 3 minutes. It seems less subjective, or less, it seems like we're gonna be more fair that way, as opposed to changing the times.
Margaret, can you confirm about the other commissions and what their time limits are?
I just quickly looked up their agendas on our website, and it appeared that they were all at 3 minutes. Currently, they follow the council protocol.
Well, then I'll make a motion to amend it to 5 minutes with the ability to reduce it based upon the situation as far as a number.
I'll second that.
And just before we go much further, so that's currently what it says, right? So you wouldn't actually have to change anything. This was going to be if you wanted to modify that. So, Mr. Mayor, could we also understand your motion to be leave the existing policy unchanged?
That is correct.
Do you need to amend it to say that people actually can take advantage of it? Because now we stop them at 3.
So if the direction is you want us to change the staff reports to starts or Margaret's comments to say that it's a 5 minutes comments, we will start doing that based upon that. What I'm hearing the council say is you want to go with the policy as written, which would mean that Margaret would then start telling people they have 5 minutes to speak.
That's my request.
However,
Go ahead.
the future agenda, the D4 said just public comments, and it wasn't specific to council meetings. So we have something that was just told to us by our city clerk that in our commissions, it's 3 minutes. So if the policies seem like they should be consistent to that, those committees should say 5 minutes in their administrative governing documents. Can we have an agenda item, a motion that says that during the committee meetings, because this agenda item wasn't just specific to city council, can we have a motion that those will be amended and changed?
So maybe, Kate, what we can do is if there needs to be a change for that, we see that the direction from the council tonight was that there's consistency across the city council and the commissions. And so if there needed to be a change to a policy related to those committees, we would then bring it back to city council for approval. Otherwise, we would make the change as was directed this evening. Are you okay with that, Katie?
So your policy, that particular policy applies to the commissions as well. So whatever you do by tonight will by default govern them as well. If you wanted to take a different path, the assistant city managers, right, we could bring that back for consideration. But right now they're bound by all the rules that you are.
Okay, thank you.
I move to keep our policy in place as it currently sits then.
So we've got a motion. If you'd like a second, then staff will have firm direction and can close out this agenda item for you.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? It's unanimous.
And if you turn around, your city clerk has already changed the time clock.
Wonderful. We will move into items E1. If you have a new agenda request, yes.
I do. I would like to have a future presentation to give Parks and Rec more additional time, but to give us an update as to the items that were discussed and presented. And I'll be specific, I'm sorry, I wrote it out yesterday. If we can have a list of the mitigating factors since this meeting that can possibly be done with a possible timeline for which they'll be accomplished. Additionally, a budget for the items that were not listed outside of the $285,000 for the other items mentioned, the larger items that were discussed. Also, for a report out on as Vice Mayor Meyer had talked about grants, and we heard from the doctor that there are possible on grants available and and what we're doing to obtain those grants. But I would request to give that time, that it be put off a few months from now. I think that that is a large ask, and I think that it shouldn't just come right back up. And I need to be more specific about that, right?
So maybe Bruce, I can look to you to see if you could repeat what you see as the direction. And there was a question at one other time that says, well, why do you keep asking for this? Because we go back to this motion and say, okay, this is what we want to bring back. So I want to make sure there was many items included here. So I want to make sure that we catch them all, Councilmember.
Sure, I'll try to repeat it back. So a list of the mitigating factors that we are working on, the time for these items and when we can bring it back. So a time frame with those, a budget for the larger items that need more of a budget to be able to accomplish as more of a long term, and a report out on any possible grants.
That's correct. Thank you.
And I was wondering if we could put the planning commission meetings on YouTube because they're not there now. I don't know what that takes as a future agenda item. And it's funny because Commissioner Sparling mentioned it. All of our ad hoc committees, if like the ag meeting and all of those, can we put those on there or?
So you actually have an agenda item that'll be coming up, I think, in May, that we've already, we're working on a draft staff reports as it relates to many of the items and trying to make, have it work as we change over our e-scribe. So I'm getting a little bit into discussing things not on the agenda, but a council member, I think we'll have that discussion and the council can give some direction.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
So in terms of timing, would it satisfy you to wait for that
Yes.
in May?
Yes, that's right.
So you're removing that request?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's all going to be timed around the e-scribe implementation with our new council agenda management system.
Okay, and I have one other that you're probably not going to like. So I'm going to tell you right now. There's a lot of talk around the Deer Ridge Clubhouse, a lot. And there's a lot of gossip that I think we need to address because people are bickering amongst each other and making assumptions about what we want, what we think. So I think we need to somehow or another provide that CUP to the public and get an opinion on that CUP as soon as possible. I think it's the fair thing to do for the residents, and I think it's the fair thing to do for Sean. So however, whatever timing that you would need for that.
So I see it as you want to report back as relates to the Deer Ridge Clubhouse.
Yeah.
And all of the things that are
Yeah.
included with that as relates to Measure U and the conditional use permit.
Yeah, Measure Q. Yeah,
Sorry,
Q.
Measure Q.
Yeah, well, what's U?
So,
Yeah, Q.
and there might be some legal issues that won't be discussed in
And that's fine.
public, but I just wanted to.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that because if there's actions that the planning commission or council may ultimately take on that project, we of course don't want to put you all in a position where you've previously taken a position or, found yourselves in a position where you would no longer be able to participate in the ultimate decision. So let us do a little bit of thinking about how this could be accomplished in a way that's still allowed for all of our decision makers to ultimately participate, because of course that would be the goal. And we may need to call you offline to figure out how to get from A to B.
Could we just, so I guess the reason I worry about it is because it comes up in relation to Measure Q because of the open space zoning. Could we have a section on the Measure Q site with projects that come up that may or may not be, and the information the city has at that point? And that way we're forthcoming about information. It doesn't have to come to us, but the residents have what we have at that point in time. So then we're not getting involved, but it's not like we're hiding anything.
So I think your future agenda item is an appropriate request, and I think some of your ideas might be something that staff can just implement as relates to the Measure Q website and CUP, and it's a public document. So, and any resident could request it, but I think it's a great suggestion.
Thank you very much.
Any further new agenda item requests? Seeing none, do I have a motion for adjournment?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
First and second, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.